Most people don't realize how tired their nervous system really is, until the night becomes the only place it can finally speak. When the lights go out, when the distractions stop, when there is nothing left to perform for, the body reveals what it has been holding all day: the tight chest, the restless thoughts, the quiet tension humming under the skin. Not because you are fragile, but because you have been strong for too long without recovery. You learned how to stay alert, how to solve, how to keep moving, even when something inside you was asking for pause. You learned how to carry pressure like it was normal, how to sleep with one part of your mind still standing guard. But the nervous system was never meant to live in constant defense. It was designed to return to safety, to softness, to repair. And tonight is not about forcing sleep. It is about allowing that return. The Stoics understood something most people forget. Peace begins when the body feels safe enough to stop preparing for danger. They taught that calm is not weakness, that stillness is not wasted time, that restoration is a form of strength. When you stop resisting the present moment, the mind loosens its grip, the breath deepens, and the body remembers how to heal itself without effort. Tonight, this is your space to step out of survival mode. 4 hours where nothing is required of you. 4 hours where the noise can fade, the tension can drain, and the system that has carried you through so much can finally power down and rebuild. Not escape, not numbness, but true restoration. And as the body begins to loosen its grip on the day, something deeper starts to surface. The quiet realization that exhaustion was never just physical. It was structural. It came from carrying chaos inside for too long without knowing how to restore order. Because beneath the thoughts, beneath the tension, beneath the endless alertness, there is a system trying to protect you, guide you, and keep you alive. When that system is overwhelmed, everything feels heavy. When it is balanced, even life's weight becomes easier to hold. This is where true restoration begins. There is a reason peace feels powerful instead of passive. Your nervous system is not random or fragile. It operates like a kingdom, with signals moving like messengers, reactions rising like soldiers, and calm acting as the wise ruler that keeps everything from collapsing into panic. When the ruler is absent, fear takes the throne. Small problems feel like threats. Ordinary stress feels like danger. The body tightens as if preparing for battle that never actually comes. Over time, living this way becomes normal, even though it drains your energy faster than any physical labor. Internal order does not mean controlling every thought or emotion. It means creating a state where the body no longer believes it must fight to survive every moment. When the nervous system senses safety, the breath slows without effort. The heart steadies. Muscles release tension they have been holding for years. Digestion improves. Sleep deepens. This is not motivation or positive thinking. It is biology responding to peace. The Stoics understood that a calm mind sends a message to the body. There is no emergency here. Many people try to fix their lives from the outside while the inner structure remains unstable. They change routines, chase goals, and search for new distractions, hoping something external will bring relief. But a kingdom in disorder cannot enjoy prosperity, no matter how beautiful the surroundings are. When your internal state is chaotic, even success feels stressful. When it is ordered, even ordinary moments feel enough. External peace grows naturally from internal stability, not the other way around. This is why control becomes exhausting. Constantly scanning for problems, replaying conversations, predicting worst-case scenarios, These habits train the nervous system to stay on high alert. It becomes like a guard who never leaves the tower, even when the war ended long ago. The Stoics practiced stepping down from that tower. They trained themselves to respond instead of react, to observe instead of panic, to accept instead of resist. Each time you choose calm over alarm, you place a wiser leader back on the throne. Order also comes from clarity about what belongs to you and what does not. Much of the tension people carry comes from trying to control outcomes, people, and situations that were never theirs to manage. The nervous system does not distinguish between imagined responsibility and real danger. It reacts to both. When you release what is outside your control, the system stops wasting energy on battles that cannot be won. This is not indifference. It is intelligent conservation of strength. There is a quiet dignity in becoming steady inside, especially when the world outside remains unpredictable. A calm nervous system does not mean you will never feel stress again. It means stress will move through you instead of staying trapped within you. Like a kingdom with strong walls and wise leadership, disturbances may arrive, but they do not destroy the structure. You recover faster. You think clearer. You act with intention instead of impulse. Restoring this order is not something you force. The body responds to signals of safety repeated over time. Slow breathing, gentle awareness, and the willingness to stop fighting every sensation teach the system that it can stand down. Even small moments of stillness accumulate, just like tension once did. What feels unfamiliar at first gradually becomes natural. Calm stops feeling like something you must create and starts feeling like something you return to. As this inner order strengthens, relationships change, decisions become easier, and the need to constantly defend yourself fades. Peace stops being a rare experience and becomes your baseline. Not because life became easier, but because your foundation became stronger. The kingdom learned how to govern itself again. And tonight, as the body settles further into rest, this process continues quietly beneath awareness. Nothing dramatic, nothing forced, just a gradual return to the state you were always meant to live from, steady, clear, and unguarded. From here, restoration is no longer something you chase. It becomes something that happens on its own. As that inner stability begins to return, another truth quietly reveals itself. Much of the tension people carry into the night does not come from the present moment, but from the unfinished weight of the day. The body may be lying still, but the mind is still pacing the halls, replaying scenes, rewriting conversations, holding arguments that already ended. Order inside the kingdom weakens when yesterday is allowed to invade tonight. Rest deepens when the gates close at dusk and the battles are finally called off. There is a strange habit many people develop without noticing. They treat the night as a courtroom where every mistake, every awkward moment, every unresolved task is put on trial again. Instead of dissolving, the day is stretched longer, dragged into the hours meant for repair. The Stoics practiced something different. They believed each day should be completed like a finished chapter, not carried forward like an open wound. When night came, it was not a continuation of effort, but a deliberate release. Releasing the day does not mean pretending nothing happened. It means accepting that nothing more can be done about it right now. The conversations have already been spoken. The decisions have already been made. The opportunities that passed will not return tonight, no matter how many times they are replayed. The nervous system remains alert when it believes action is still required. When you consciously acknowledge that the day is over, the system receives permission to power down. One way this release happens is through quiet reflection without judgment. Instead of criticizing yourself or exaggerating problems, you observe the day as if you were watching someone else's story. What went well? What was difficult? What can be learned? And then you let it close. This prevents the mind from turning reflection into rumination. The Stoics treated self-examination as a tool for growth, not punishment. Once insight was gained, they did not continue rehearsing the same thoughts. Forgiveness also plays a role in ending mental wars before nightfall. Many people carry resentment into sleep, not realizing that anger keeps the body prepared for confrontation even when the other person is miles away. Forgiving does not excuse behavior or erase boundaries. It simply releases the emotional charge that keeps your system activated. You are not freeing them, you are freeing your own peace. When resentment dissolves, the body no longer braces for a fight that is not happening. Another quiet source of tension is the pressure to solve tomorrow before it arrives. Planning is useful during the day, but at night it becomes fuel for anxiety. The mind starts constructing scenarios, searching for certainty that cannot be found yet. The Stoics reminded themselves that the future belongs to tomorrow's strength, not tonight's exhaustion. Trusting that you will handle what comes when it comes allows the mind to step out of predictive mode. Uncertainty stops feeling like danger and begins to feel like space. There is also power in small rituals that signal closure. Simple actions repeated each night teach the nervous system that the active part of the day has ended. Turning off lights gradually, slowing movements, lowering the volume of sound. These cues act like a sunset inside the body. Over time, the system learns that this pattern means safety, not vigilance. The transition from effort to rest becomes smoother because the body recognizes the signal. Gratitude can soften the edges of the day as well. Even on difficult days, acknowledging something that did not go wrong shifts the mind away from scanning for threats. This is not forced positivity. It is a reminder that the day contained more than struggle. When the mind widens its focus, tension loses intensity. The nervous system relaxes because the environment no longer appears entirely hostile. Letting go before sleep is ultimately an act of trust. Trust that the world will continue turning without your supervision. Trust that your value is not measured by how much you carry. Trust that rest is not laziness, but maintenance for the strength you will need later. The Stoics viewed sleep as preparation for virtue, not escape from life. A rested mind makes wiser decisions, shows more patience, and responds with clarity instead of impulse. As the practice deepens, nights begin to feel different. The body stops bracing for the next day before the current one has even ended. The mind settles faster because it no longer expects to process unfinished battles. Sleep becomes less about exhaustion and more about restoration. You are not collapsing into unconsciousness. You are returning to balance. And as this release becomes familiar, the nervous system learns something it may have forgotten long ago, that it is safe to stop, safe to loosen the grip, safe to drift into stillness without standing guard. From this place, true rest begins to rebuild what constant effort slowly wore down, preparing you to wake not just restored, but steadier than before. And once the mind learns how to set the day down, another layer of tension begins to reveal itself. The quiet alertness that lingers even when there is nothing left to solve. The body may be lying in darkness, the room may be silent, yet something inside stays awake, listening, scanning, waiting. Not because danger is present, but because it has been present for too long in the past. When this happens, night stops feeling like shelter and starts feeling like exposure. Rest becomes difficult, not because you don't want it, but because the body no longer remembers how to feel safe enough to surrender. There are people who carry daylight inside their nervous system long after the sun has set. Their muscles remain slightly tense, their breathing shallow, their senses tuned for interruption. This state is called hypervigilance, but it is not a flaw. It is a survival skill that stayed active after it was no longer needed. The body learned that staying alert prevented pain, embarrassment, loss, or danger. So it kept the guard on duty, even when peace returned. Acceptance begins when you stop treating this response as weakness and start seeing it as a system trying to protect you. Training the body to trust the night again does not happen through force. You cannot command yourself to relax any more than you can order your heart to slow down instantly. Safety must be demonstrated repeatedly until the nervous system believes it. Small signals matter more than dramatic changes. Soft breathing, unclenched muscles, steady stillness. These cues tell the body that nothing is chasing you. Nothing is about to demand action. Over time, the guard realizes it can step back without consequences. Acceptance plays a quiet but powerful role in this process. Many people fight their alertness, becoming frustrated that they cannot sleep easily. This frustration sends another message of danger, keeping the system activated. When you allow the wakefulness without resistance, the struggle ends. The body senses that it does not need to defend against your own thoughts. Instead of trying to escape the alertness, you sit with it gently, like watching waves settle after a storm. The Stoics practiced this kind of acceptance, meeting discomfort without panic, trusting that everything passes when it is not resisted. Darkness itself can feel unfamiliar to a system used to constant stimulation. Lights, screens, noise, movement. These become substitutes for safety. When they disappear, the silence feels exposed. Reintroducing calm darkness gradually helps rebuild trust. A dim light, a steady sound, a familiar routine can act as bridges between alertness and rest. The goal is not to eliminate awareness, but to show the body that awareness does not require tension. Touch and physical grounding can also reassure the nervous system. Feeling the weight of blankets, the softness of a pillow, the steady surface beneath you sends information that you are supported. These simple sensations anchor the body in the present instead of letting it drift into imagined threats. Hypervigilance often pulls attention outward, scanning for what might happen. Grounding brings it back inward, where safety actually exists. Another important shift happens when you stop measuring rest by how quickly you fall asleep. Hyper-alert minds often turn sleep into a performance test, watching the clock, calculating hours, worrying about tomorrow's fatigue. This pressure transforms rest into another task to accomplish. When you release the timeline and focus only on comfort, the nervous system relaxes because it is no longer being evaluated. Sleep becomes a byproduct of calm rather than a goal that must be achieved. Trust returns in layers. First, the body learns that the environment is safe. Then, it learns that your thoughts are not threats. Finally, it learns that letting go will not lead to harm. Each night of gentle acceptance reinforces this lesson. Even if sleep does not come immediately, the system is still healing. The guard is lowering its weapon little by little. Over time, the night regains its original meaning, Not a time of vulnerability, but a time of repair. Muscles soften without instruction. Breathing deepens on its own. The mind stops rehearsing danger and begins drifting through quieter images. What once felt like exposure starts to feel like shelter again, and as this trust grows, something remarkable happens. You no longer approach the night with caution. You enter it with relief. The darkness becomes a place where nothing is demanded, nothing is expected, nothing needs to be proven, just space to exist without defense. From here, restoration deepens naturally, preparing the body to wake not guarded, but steady, carrying a calm that does not depend on circumstances. As the body slowly relearns that the night is not a threat, the mind begins to reveal another habit that keeps rest just out of reach. The need to keep thinking about what was never fully resolved. Even in silence, unfinished thoughts circle like restless messengers, returning again and again, as if something important will be lost if they stop. The eyes close, the room is still, yet the mind keeps working, searching for an ending that never came during the day. This is not overthinking for no reason. It is the brain trying to close loops it believes are still open. Human minds are wired to seek completion. When something is left uncertain, unanswered, or undone, the brain keeps it active, like a task marked incomplete. It replays conversations, re-examines decisions, imagines alternative outcomes. It tries to prepare for every possibility so that nothing catches you off guard later. But night is not the time for preparation. Night is when the system needs to power down, repair, and reset. When unfinished thoughts keep running, the mind stays in daytime mode, unable to transition into the deep quiet required for true rest. Closing these loops does not mean solving every problem before sleep. Some situations cannot be solved in a single day, and some questions do not have clear answers yet. What matters is signaling to the mind that nothing further can be done right now. Writing thoughts down can help, not as a to-do list, but as a place to store them safely outside your head. Once the concern is captured, the brain no longer needs to hold it in working memory. It can release the responsibility, knowing the thought will still be there tomorrow if needed. Acceptance also softens the need for completion. Many unfinished loops exist because life rarely provides perfect closure. Conversations end abruptly, plans change, people leave without explanations. Waiting for everything to make sense keeps the mind trapped in analysis. The Stoics practiced accepting that uncertainty is part of existence. They focused on responding wisely to what was present instead of demanding resolution from what was not. When you stop insisting on closure tonight, the mind gradually loosens its grip. Another reason thoughts stay active is the belief that constant mental effort equals control. If you keep thinking about something, it feels like you are preventing it from slipping away. But this effort drains energy without producing clarity. Rest requires trust that stepping back will not cause things to fall apart. Tomorrow's mind, refreshed and steady, will handle challenges better than tonight's exhausted one ever could. There is also a difference between reflection and rumination. Reflection is calm and brief, leading to understanding. Rumination is repetitive and tense, leading nowhere. The body can sense the difference. Reflection relaxes the system because it feels purposeful. Rumination activates it because it feels like being stuck. When you notice thoughts repeating without progress, that is a sign to let them go rather than chase them deeper. Breath can act as a quiet anchor when the mind keeps drifting back to unfinished matters. Each slow exhale sends a message that nothing urgent is happening. Attention returns to the present instead of wandering through past scenarios or future worries. The nervous system settles because the body is no longer reacting to imagined problems. Gentle distraction can also help, but not the stimulating kind that wakes the brain further. Soft sounds, calm imagery, or simple awareness of physical sensations redirect attention without demanding effort. The mind gradually shifts from problem-solving to observation, and observation eventually fades into stillness. Over time, practicing this release teaches the brain that nighttime is not for closing loops, but for suspending them. Like placing unfinished work in a drawer until morning, the mind learns that rest does not erase responsibility. It simply restores the capacity to face it with clarity later. Problems rarely disappear overnight, but your relationship to them changes when you are no longer depleted. As these mental loops quiet down, a different kind of space opens, one where thoughts no longer chase each other, where silence feels supportive instead of empty. Sleep begins to arrive, not as something forced, but as something allowed. The mind stops guarding its unfinished business and starts trusting the rhythm of pause and continuation that life naturally follows. And in that quiet, the system performs the repair it has been waiting for all day. Memory organizes itself, emotions settle into balance, energy rebuilds at the cellular level. What once felt like a restless storm becomes a calm night sky, wide enough to hold everything without tension. From this place, rest is no longer fragile. It becomes steady, deep, and quietly transformative, preparing you to wake with a mind that feels lighter because it is no longer carrying what it does not need to hold right now. As the mind learns to set unfinished thoughts aside, it encounters another habit that keeps the nervous system from fully powering down: the urge to step into tomorrow before it has even arrived. Plans begin forming in the dark. Conversations that haven't happened yet start playing out. Possible problems grow larger simply because there is nothing else competing for attention. What begins as preparation quietly turns into midnight problem-solving, and instead of resting, the brain returns to the same state of alertness it carried all day. There is a hidden fear behind this habit. It whispers that if you stop thinking ahead, something will go wrong. That constant anticipation is the only thing preventing mistakes, embarrassment, or loss of control. So the mind keeps working, trying to rehearse every scenario so tomorrow will feel safer. But the body cannot repair itself while it is bracing for events that are not happening yet. It treats imagined pressure as real pressure. Heart rate rises slightly. Muscles tighten again. Sleep drifts further away, not because the body isn't tired, but because it has been told to stay ready. The Stoics practiced a different discipline, meeting the future only when it becomes the present. They understood that energy spent worrying in advance weakens the strength needed when the moment actually comes. Tonight's exhaustion cannot solve tomorrow's uncertainty. In fact, it makes clear thinking harder. Trusting that you will respond when the time arrives is not negligence. It is wisdom. It preserves your resources instead of scattering them across possibilities that may never occur. Midnight problem-solving also creates the illusion of productivity. Lying awake feels like doing something important, as if effort alone equals progress. But solutions formed in a fatigued state are often distorted by emotion and lack of perspective. Problems appear larger, more urgent, more permanent than they really are. Morning light tends to shrink what felt overwhelming at night. The rested mind sees options the tired mind could not. Breaking this habit begins with recognizing the difference between planning and perseverating. Planning happens intentionally, usually during the day, with clear boundaries. Perseverating happens automatically, looping without direction. When you notice the mind rehearsing tomorrow's events repeatedly, that is the moment to step back. You do not need to push the thoughts away aggressively. Simply acknowledging that this is not the time for solutions weakens their hold. A gentle reminder can help. Nothing that can be solved right now requires solving at this hour. If action cannot be taken in the darkness of night, then thinking about it serves no purpose except to keep you awake. The brain gradually learns this rule when it is repeated often enough. It stops bringing forward problems because it understands they will not be addressed until morning. Redirecting attention to the present moment is another way to quiet the urge. The feeling of the bed beneath you, the rhythm of breathing, the quiet sounds in the room. These anchors pull awareness out of imagined futures and back into immediate safety. Tomorrow exists only as an idea right now. The body can only relax when it is allowed to stay where it actually is. There is also freedom in accepting uncertainty. Not every outcome can be predicted, and not every difficulty can be prevented in advance. Life has always involved stepping into the unknown, whether you worried about it beforehand or not. Letting go of the need to control what has not yet happened removes a heavy burden from the nervous system. It replaces tension with patience. Over time, this discipline transforms the relationship with night. Instead of being a planning session stretched across hours, it becomes a sanctuary where effort pauses completely. The mind no longer feels responsible for guarding the future while the body is trying to restore itself. Sleep arrives more easily because there is no internal command to stay alert. And as this practice settles in, tomorrow begins to feel less intimidating. You wake with energy that was preserved instead of spent prematurely. Challenges are met with clarity rather than fatigue. The cycle of exhaustion feeding anxiety gradually breaks. What once felt like constant pressure softens into manageable steps taken one day at a time. From this place, the night becomes what it was meant to be, not a rehearsal for battles ahead, but a period of renewal that strengthens you for whatever waits beyond the sunrise. The mind rests because it no longer believes it must solve life while the world is asleep. And in that surrender, the nervous system finally receives the deep restoration it has been asking for all along. As tomorrow is gently returned to its proper place, another layer of unrest begins to cool, the emotional heat that lingers long after the day has ended. Thoughts can quiet down, plans can be postponed, yet feelings still move through the body like embers that refuse to fade. Irritation from a conversation, frustration from something unfinished, the dull ache of disappointment, even bursts of excitement that keep the heart slightly elevated. All of it can keep the system activated. Sleep does not come easily to a body that still believes it is in the middle of something intense. Emotional neutrality is not about becoming cold or empty. It is about lowering the temperature of the inner world so the body can return to balance. Just as water must become still before it can reflect clearly, the mind must settle before it can drift into rest. When emotions run high, the nervous system treats them as signals that something important is happening. It releases energy to prepare for action, even if no action is required. This is why lying in bed while emotionally stirred feels restless instead of restorative. The Stoics practiced observing emotions without letting them take control. They did not deny what they felt, but they refused to amplify it. Anger was acknowledged, but not fueled. Excitement was noticed, but not chased. Sadness was allowed, but not resisted. This created a middle ground where feelings could exist without overwhelming the system. Before sleep, this neutrality becomes especially important because the body is trying to transition from alertness to repair. Cooling the inner fire begins with slowing the pace of the mind. Emotional states feed on rapid thoughts, on replaying scenes, on imagining arguments or celebrations continuing into the night. When the mental speed decreases, the emotional intensity follows. Gentle breathing helps here, not as a technique to control feelings, but as a signal that nothing urgent is happening. The longer exhale in particular tells the body it can stand down. Physical relaxation also influences emotional tone. The body and mind mirror each other constantly. Tight shoulders reinforce tension. A clenched jaw keeps frustration alive. When muscles soften, the brain receives feedback that the situation has passed. This is why simply adjusting posture, sinking deeper into the bed, or allowing the face to relax can shift the emotional state more effectively than trying to think your way into calm. Neutrality also involves releasing the need to interpret everything. During the day, the mind labels events as good or bad, success or failure, praise or rejection. At night, these labels keep emotions active. Letting experiences exist without judgment removes the fuel that keeps them burning. A difficult moment becomes just a moment. A mistake becomes something that happened, not something that defines you. Without interpretation, the emotional charge fades naturally. Another part of this art is allowing pleasant emotions to settle as well. Joy and anticipation can be just as stimulating as worry or anger. The goal is not to suppress happiness, but to let excitement soften into contentment. The body rests best in a state of quiet satisfaction, not intense highs or lows. Like a fire reduced to glowing warmth instead of blazing flames, emotions become supportive rather than disruptive. Acceptance plays a final role here. Some feelings will still be present even after you try to calm them, and that is not a failure. Fighting emotions keeps them alive. Letting them pass through without resistance allows them to dissolve on their own timeline. The Stoics trusted that nothing internal lasts forever when it is not constantly fed attention. As this neutrality settles in, the atmosphere inside changes. The mind feels less crowded, the body less charged. Sleep stops feeling like something you must force and begins to feel like something approaching naturally. The nervous system senses that the day's storms have ended and that it can safely begin its quiet work of restoration. And in this gentle cooling, the inner world becomes a place of refuge instead of agitation. The fire that once kept you alert now becomes warmth that supports rest. From here, drifting into sleep is no longer a struggle against lingering emotion, but a smooth descent into stillness, carrying you deeper into the repair your body has been preparing for all along. As the emotional currents settle and the inner temperature cools, another absence begins to make itself known: the absence of noise. Not just the sounds in the room, but the constant mental chatter that filled every corner of the day. Messages, conversations, decisions, alerts, expectations, opinions, all of it leaves an echo that continues long after the world grows quiet. Many people lie in bed without external noise, yet inside it still feels crowded. The nervous system cannot fully rest because it has not yet been reintroduced to true silence. Silence is not emptiness. It is space where the body remembers how to regulate itself without interruption. During the day, attention is pulled outward again and again, forcing the brain to switch tasks constantly. This creates a background tension like static that never fully disappears. When night arrives, the static does not shut off automatically. It lingers, keeping the system slightly on edge even when nothing is happening. Reclaiming silence means intentionally stepping out of that residue so the mind can return to its natural rhythm. The Stoics treated silence as a form of discipline. They understood that constant stimulation weakens clarity and drains emotional strength. By withdrawing from noise regularly, they allowed their thoughts to settle like sediment in still water. Only then could they see clearly again. At night, this withdrawal becomes a reset ritual, a transition from the scattered energy of the day to the grounded calm needed for restoration. This ritual begins by reducing input instead of seeking distraction. Many people try to relax by filling the silence with more sound, television, scrolling, background chatter, but this keeps the brain engaged. True recovery starts when nothing new is being added. The senses are given permission to rest. Lights soften, sounds fade, movement slows. The nervous system interprets this as a signal that vigilance is no longer required. At first, silence can feel uncomfortable. Without constant input, the mind becomes aware of how busy it has been. Thoughts may appear louder simply because there is nothing competing with them. This is not a problem. It is a sign that the system is decompressing. When you stay with the quiet instead of escaping it, the mind gradually lowers its own volume. Like a crowded room emptying out, the noise fades as there is nothing left to sustain it. Breathing becomes more noticeable in this space. Each inhale and exhale acts like a metronome, guiding the body toward a slower tempo. The heart follows, muscles follow. The entire system begins synchronizing with the calm instead of resisting it. Silence is not forcing this change. It is allowing the body to return to what it already knows how to do. Another part of reclaiming silence is stepping away from the need to react. During the day, every sound or notification demands a response. This trains the nervous system to stay alert for the next interruption. When you choose not to respond, not to check, not to engage, you break that cycle. The body learns that not everything requires action. It can exist without constant readiness. There is also a subtle emotional release that happens in quiet. Without voices and opinions filling the space, you reconnect with your own internal state. You notice fatigue that was ignored, tension that was overlooked, calm that was hidden beneath activity. This awareness is not overwhelming when approached gently. It becomes a form of self-repair, allowing you to meet yourself without distraction. Over time, this reset ritual turns silence into a familiar refuge rather than something to avoid. The nervous system begins associating quiet with safety and restoration instead of isolation. Nights become less about escaping the day and more about returning to balance. The mind no longer feels scattered across countless interactions. It gathers itself again, steady and contained. And in this reclaimed silence, something subtle but powerful happens. You begin to hear what was always beneath the noise, a steady presence that does not rush, does not demand, does not strain. From this place, sleep feels less like losing consciousness and more like slipping into a deeper layer of calm. The system resets not through effort, but through the absence of disturbance. As the quiet settles fully, the body recognizes that there is nothing left to guard against. The day has released its hold, emotions have cooled, plans have been postponed, and noise has faded into the background. What remains is stillness, wide enough to hold you without pressure. From here, restoration continues naturally, carrying you deeper into the kind of rest that rebuilds strength from the inside out. As silence becomes familiar again, another choice quietly appears, whether to remain in that calm or reach for stimulation out of habit. Many people discover that even when the noise fades, the urge to fill the space returns. The mind looks for something to engage with, something to scroll through, something to think about, as if stillness itself were uncomfortable. This is not weakness, it is conditioning. The brain has learned to associate constant input with safety and control. Without it, a subtle restlessness begins to surface. Voluntary mental stillness is the decision to stay in the quiet instead of escaping it. It is not forced emptiness or suppressing thoughts. It is choosing not to chase every idea that appears. During the day, the mind jumps from one stimulus to another, responding automatically. At night, continuing that pattern keeps the nervous system in motion even when the body is trying to stop. Choosing calm over stimulation breaks the cycle, allowing the system to shift into repair mode. Stimulation does not only come from screens or noise, it also comes from mental habits like analyzing, planning, remembering, fantasizing, or worrying. Each of these activities activates the brain in ways that prevent deep rest. The Stoics recognize that peace comes from governing attention. When you direct your focus intentionally instead of letting it wander, you reclaim authority over your inner world. Stillness becomes an act of discipline, not passivity. At first, the absence of stimulation may feel strange, like stepping off a moving walkway and suddenly needing to stand on your own. Thoughts may try to pull you back into activity. The mind may search for problems to solve or memories to replay. When this happens, the practice is simple. Notice the pull and return to calm without frustration. Each return strengthens the ability to remain steady. Breathing naturally becomes the anchor here, not as a technique to control the mind, but as something constant that requires no effort. Feeling the slow rise and fall of the chest reminds the body that it is safe to exist without doing anything else. The nervous system responds to this signal by reducing alertness. Over time, stillness stops feeling empty and begins to feel supportive, like being held by something steady. Another part of this practice is accepting that calm may feel unfamiliar if you have lived in high stimulation for a long time. The body can misinterpret quiet as boredom or unease simply because it has not experienced it often. Staying with the calm gently retrains the system. It learns that peace does not mean something is missing. It means nothing is wrong. There is also freedom in realizing that you do not need to engage every thought. Ideas can appear and pass without becoming stories. Emotions can rise and fall without being analyzed. The mind becomes less like a machine that must process everything and more like a sky where things drift through without disturbance. This shift reduces mental fatigue dramatically because energy is no longer spent on unnecessary activity. Choosing calm over stimulation also restores sensitivity to subtle signals from the body. When the mind is constantly busy, it misses cues like fatigue, tension, or the need for rest. In stillness, these signals become clear. You feel when muscles release, when breathing deepens, when the body begins preparing for sleep. Instead of forcing rest, you cooperate with the process already unfolding. Over time, voluntary stillness becomes a refuge you can enter at will. The mind learns that peace is not something that depends on circumstances, but something you can return to regardless of what happened during the day. This confidence reduces anxiety because you no longer feel at the mercy of external stimulation. As the practice deepens, nights become quieter inside than outside. Even if small sounds occur, even if thoughts pass through, they do not disturb the foundation of calm beneath them. Sleep begins to arrive gently, like a natural extension of the stillness, rather than a sudden switch. And in this chosen calm, the nervous system finally experiences what it has been moving toward all along. A state where nothing is demanded, nothing is chased, nothing is resisted. Just quiet presence. From here, restoration unfolds effortlessly, carrying you deeper into a kind of rest that strengthens not only the body, but the clarity and steadiness you will carry into the day ahead. As the mind grows more comfortable resting in stillness, another subtle obstacle begins to surface: the quiet urge to control the process itself. A part of you starts watching the clock, measuring how relaxed you feel, checking whether sleep is coming fast enough. The moment sleep becomes something you try to force, the body senses pressure again. What was meant to be rest turns into effort, and effort is the opposite of what the nervous system needs at night. Control feels safe during the day because it helps you navigate responsibilities and uncertainty, but at night, the same instinct keeps the system alert. Sleep requires a letting go that control cannot tolerate. It asks you to release awareness, to trust unconscious processes, to stop managing everything. For a mind trained to solve and anticipate, this can feel uncomfortable. The body remains on standby, waiting for instructions that never need to be given. The Stoics understood that peace comes not from mastering every outcome, but from accepting what cannot be commanded. They practiced surrender not as weakness, but as alignment with reality. Night is one of those realities. No one forces themselves into sleep the way they complete a task. It arrives when resistance fades. Trying to command it only reminds the nervous system that something is wrong, that vigilance must continue. When you lie in bed thinking about whether you will sleep, the mind stays engaged in evaluation mode. It treats rest as a performance to monitor. Heart rate remains slightly elevated. Breathing stays shallow. Muscles do not fully release. The body is ready to act instead of repair. Surrender begins when you stop checking. When you allow the experience to unfold without supervision, the system shifts naturally toward calm. This surrender is not passive resignation. It is an active decision to trust processes that have always worked without your involvement. Your heart beats without instructions. Your lungs breathe while you are distracted. Your body heals wounds while you sleep. Rest operates the same way. It does not require direction. It requires permission. Letting go of control also means accepting that some nights will feel different from others. If sleep is delayed, it does not mean something is broken. Fighting the delay creates frustration, and frustration becomes stimulation. When you allow wakefulness to exist without panic, it often softens on its own. The nervous system stops interpreting the situation as a threat and begins winding down again. There is a quiet relief in realizing that you do not have to manage every sensation. You can allow thoughts to drift, allow discomfort to fade gradually, allow sleep to approach at its own pace. The body understands how to return to balance when it is not being pushed. Like floating on water instead of struggling to stay above it, surrender uses less energy and keeps you supported. Physical cues reinforce this process. Letting the jaw unclench, allowing the tongue to rest, softening the hands. These small gestures signal that control is no longer being exercised. The brain receives feedback that nothing needs to be done. It lowers alertness in response. Each release invites the next, until the entire system begins to loosen its grip. Surrender also quiets the fear of losing awareness. Some people resist sleep because it feels like stepping into the unknown, a temporary disappearance of control. Trust grows when you remember that you have returned from this state every night of your life. Sleep is not a risk, it is a cycle. The body knows the way back. As this medicine of surrender spreads through the system, a deeper calm emerges. Thoughts slow without being forced. Breathing deepens naturally. The sense of urgency dissolves. Sleep begins to feel less like something approaching from the outside and more like something rising from within. And in that gentle release, the nervous system finally receives what control could never provide: complete safety without effort. The guard steps down, not because it was defeated, but because it is no longer needed. From this place, rest becomes profound, restoring energy in ways that effort never could. The night holds you without requiring anything in return. No performance, no management, no struggle. Just the quiet certainty that letting go is not losing control, but returning to a state where control was never necessary in the first place. As surrender begins to loosen the grip of control, the mind reveals one last habit that keeps it tethered to the day: the endless replay of conversations. Words spoken hours ago return with new edits, new responses, new imagined outcomes. A simple exchange becomes a full production inside the head, complete with alternative scenes and rewritten endings. The room is dark, the world is quiet, yet the theater inside stays brightly lit, performing a story that has already finished. This replaying is not random. The brain is trying to protect you from future discomfort. It searches for mistakes to correct, signals to interpret, hidden meanings to decode. It believes that if it analyzes the conversation enough, it will prevent embarrassment, rejection, or conflict next time. But this constant review keeps the nervous system activated, as if the interaction is still happening. The body reacts to imagined tension the same way it reacts to real tension. Cutting this loop begins with recognizing that most conversations do not require a perfect performance. Human interactions are messy, incomplete, and often misunderstood. The Stoics accepted this as part of being human. They focused on acting with intention in the moment rather than chasing perfection afterward. Once the moment passed, they released it. They understood that clarity rarely comes from obsessive replay, only from distance. There is also a hidden assumption behind this habit, the belief that others are thinking about the conversation as intensely as you are. In reality, most people move on quickly, absorbed in their own concerns. Holding on to the exchange long after it ended keeps you connected to something that no longer exists. Letting it go frees energy that was trapped in analysis. Another way to quiet the theater is by shifting attention from words to sensations. Instead of following the storyline in your head, notice the physical experience of lying in bed, the feeling of the air on your skin, the rhythm of your breathing. Sensations exist in the present, while replaying lives in the past. Anchoring yourself in what is happening now gradually weakens the pull of what has already happened. Self-compassion also softens the need to analyze every detail. Many people replay conversations because they are harsh judges of themselves. They search for flaws, fearing they said the wrong thing or revealed too much. Treating yourself with the same patience you would offer a friend reduces this pressure. You are allowed to be imperfect. You are allowed to speak without crafting every sentence flawlessly. When judgment fades, the mind loses interest in replaying. Acceptance of uncertainty helps as well. Not every conversation has a clear resolution. Sometimes you will never know exactly how your words were received, and that is part of living among other minds you cannot control. Trying to extract certainty from memory only keeps the loop active. Letting ambiguity exist without needing to solve it brings relief. There is a quiet strength in trusting that your future interactions will not depend on tonight's analysis. Growth happens through experience, not endless rehearsal. Each day teaches you something naturally. You do not need to dissect every moment to improve. Resting allows the brain to integrate lessons without conscious effort, organizing memory and emotion while you sleep. As the theater dims, silence returns more fully. The stage empties, the actors fade, the script dissolves. What remains is a calm space where nothing needs to be performed. The nervous system recognizes that social threats are no longer present, that there is no audience to impress or defend against. It begins to relax in ways that constant replay never allowed. Sleep approaches quietly when the mind stops narrating, not as an escape from embarrassment or regret, but as a natural continuation of letting go. The body shifts from guarding your social identity to restoring your physical and emotional strength. And in this quiet closing of the loop, you reclaim the night from stories that were never meant to last this long. Conversations return to where they belong, in the past, not occupying the present. The system settles deeper, free from the need to rewrite what cannot be changed, preparing you to wake with a mind that feels lighter because it is no longer carrying voices that have already gone silent. As the echoes of old conversations fade and the mind stops rehearsing what has already passed, a deeper quiet begins to open, a space where attention no longer stretches across yesterday and tomorrow at the same time. For the first time in a while, everything narrows. The past loosens its grip, the future stops pulling forward, and what remains is only this moment, simple and undemanding. Many people forget how small the world can become when it is not crowded with memory and anticipation. The mind often carries more than the body ever could. It holds distant responsibilities, imagined scenarios, unresolved fears, and hopes that have not taken shape yet. All of this expands the sense of pressure, making life feel larger and heavier than it truly is. At night, this expansion keeps the nervous system alert, as if it must monitor everything at once. The Stoics practiced shrinking this mental territory deliberately, returning their focus to what was directly in front of them instead of what might be beyond reach. Shrinking the world to the present moment does not ignore reality, it clarifies it. When attention settles on what is actually happening now, the steady rhythm of breathing, the support of the bed beneath you, the quiet of the room, the body realizes that nothing urgent is occurring. There is no crisis in this exact second, no problem requiring immediate action. This realization sends a wave of relief through the system, allowing tension to release naturally. This technique also breaks the illusion that you must manage life all at once. Problems that seem overwhelming often belong to the future, not to this moment. When you bring awareness back to now, the weight lifts because you are no longer carrying what has not arrived. The Stoics reminded themselves that life is lived one step at a time, not in the vast projection of everything that could happen. Each present moment is small enough to handle, even when the bigger picture feels intimidating. The body responds quickly to this narrowing of focus. Heart rate steadies, breathing deepens, muscles soften. The nervous system shifts from scanning mode to restoration mode because its field of attention has become manageable. Instead of trying to protect you from an entire imagined world, it only needs to respond to what is here, which is usually safe. There is also a quiet freedom in realizing that the present moment requires very little from you. You do not need to solve anything right now. You do not need to prove anything. You only need to exist. This simplicity can feel unfamiliar at first, especially if you are used to constant effort, but it is deeply healing because it removes the pressure to perform. Shrinking the world also reduces emotional intensity. Feelings tied to past events or future fears lose momentum when they are not fed attention. They may still be present, but they become softer, less urgent. The mind stops amplifying them because it is grounded in immediate experience instead of distant narratives. Over time, this practice becomes easier. The present moment starts to feel like a refuge rather than a narrow space. You learn that peace is not found by controlling everything outside you, but by returning to the only place where control is unnecessary, right now. From here, even uncertainty feels less threatening because you are no longer trying to resolve it in advance. As this awareness deepens, sleep begins to approach gently. Not as something that pulls you away from life, but as something that grows naturally from stillness. The mind has nothing left to chase, nothing left to guard against, nothing left to analyze. It rests because there is finally space to do so. And in this smaller, quieter world, restoration unfolds without interruption. The body repairs, the brain reorganizes, energy rebuilds. You drift into sleep not overwhelmed by the size of life, but supported by the simplicity of the present moment. From here, rest becomes deep and steady, preparing you to wake with clarity, because you are no longer scattered across time. You are anchored where life actually happens. As the present moment becomes a place of refuge instead of pressure, another layer of relief begins to unfold, the quiet softening of the body itself. Many people believe tension comes only from physical effort, from long days or uncomfortable positions. But much of the tightness carried in the shoulders, the jaw, the stomach, even the hands, was never caused by movement. It was caused by resistance, by bracing against thoughts, emotions, and situations that felt too heavy to face directly. When the mind stops fighting what is already here, the body finally receives permission to release what it has been holding. The body remembers everything the mind tries to ignore. Each unspoken frustration becomes a tightened muscle. Each moment of anxiety becomes shallow breathing. Each effort to stay strong without pause becomes a constant low-level contraction. Over time, this tension feels normal, as if the body simply lives that way. But tension is not a natural resting state. It is preparation for action that never came. Acceptance dissolves this preparation because it signals that the struggle is over. Acceptance is often misunderstood as giving up. In truth, it is the opposite of defeat. It is acknowledging reality without wasting energy resisting it. When you stop arguing internally with what has already happened, the nervous system recognizes that there is no battle left to fight. The guard lowers its shield. Muscles that were held tight for protection begin to loosen, not because you commanded them to, but because they are no longer needed. Breathing plays a powerful role in this release. When resistance is present, the breath becomes short and high in the chest, ready for quick action. As acceptance grows, breathing naturally deepens and slows, reaching places that have been tense for years. Each slow exhale acts like a message traveling through the body, telling it that it can let go. Areas that once felt rigid begin to soften from the inside out. Physical sensations may become more noticeable during this process. You might feel warmth spreading through the limbs, heaviness settling into the mattress, or small twitches as muscles unwind. These are signs that stored tension is dissolving. The body is recalibrating, returning to a state it has not visited in a long time. Nothing is wrong. Something is finally being released. Acceptance also reduces the urge to hold yourself together constantly. Many people carry tension because they believe they must always be composed, prepared, and in control. Letting go of this posture, even for a few hours, allows the body to collapse gently into rest. You do not lose strength by relaxing. You restore it. The Stoics understood that endurance requires cycles of effort and recovery. Without recovery, even the strongest structure weakens. There is a quiet emotional component as well. When you accept feelings instead of suppressing them, they move through the body instead of getting trapped. Sadness may feel like heaviness that eventually melts. Anxiety may feel like vibration that fades when not resisted. Relief may come as a deep sigh you did not plan. Each emotion completes its course naturally when it is allowed instead of blocked. Over time, acceptance retrains the body's default state. Instead of living in readiness, it begins living in balance. The shoulders rest lower, the jaw unclenches, the stomach softens. This does not mean life will never create tension again, but it means tension will no longer accumulate endlessly. It will rise when needed and fall when the moment passes. As this release deepens, sleep becomes less about escaping discomfort and more about settling into ease. The body feels heavier in the most comforting way, supported rather than strained. The mind follows, growing quieter because it is no longer receiving signals of distress from tense muscles and shallow breath. And in this state of acceptance, restoration reaches deeper layers. Repair happens not only at the surface, but within the systems that sustain energy and resilience. The night becomes a place where the body is not holding itself together, but gently rebuilding. You drift further into rest, carried by the simple truth that nothing needs to be resisted right now. From here, the nervous system learns a new lesson, that peace is not something you create through effort, but something that appears when resistance fades. And as that lesson settles in, the body releases even more of what it has been carrying, preparing you to wake lighter, steadier, and more at ease than before. As acceptance melts the tension held in the body, a deeper form of release begins to ask for attention. Not just letting go of strain, but letting the entire day come to a true end. Many people carry pieces of the day forward as if it were still unfinished, as if something important might be lost if they allow it to close. The mind keeps one door open, just in case. But restoration requires closure. The nervous system cannot fully power down while it believes the story is still unfolding. Every day is meant to have a natural life cycle. It begins with effort, movement, interaction, and ends with stillness and withdrawal. When this ending is incomplete, the body remains in a half-active state, unsure whether to continue or rest. Letting the day die completely is not about forgetting what happened or dismissing responsibilities. It is about acknowledging that nothing more can be done with it tonight. The chapter has been written. Keeping it open only drains the energy needed for tomorrow's page. Psychological closure starts with a simple recognition. Today has already taken everything it can take from you. The conversations have been spoken, the work has been done, the mistakes have occurred, the successes have passed. Continuing to replay or analyze them keeps the system attached to something that no longer exists. When you consciously tell yourself that the day is over, the brain begins to reorganize its priorities. What felt urgent loses intensity because it is no longer current. There is also relief in allowing unfinished tasks to remain unfinished. Many people resist closure because they feel they should have done more, solved more, handled things better. This creates a quiet sense of incompleteness that lingers into the night. Accepting that effort has limits removes this pressure. You are not closing the day because everything is perfect. You are closing it because you are human, and humans need cycles of pause to function well. The Stoics practiced evening reflection not to reopen the day, but to seal it. They reviewed their actions briefly, learned what could be learned, and then released it without judgment. Once insight was gained, they did not carry the weight further. This allowed the mind to enter sleep unburdened, ready for renewal rather than rumination. Physical cues can reinforce this psychological ending. Turning off the last light, stepping away from workspaces, changing into sleep clothes. These actions signal to the brain that the active part of life has concluded. Rituals matter because the nervous system responds to patterns. When repeated consistently, they become markers that it is safe to stop engaging with the outside world. Emotionally, closure brings a sense of completion that quiets inner agitation. Instead of feeling scattered across unfinished moments, you gather yourself back into the present. The mind no longer searches for loose ends because it has been told there are none to address right now. This clarity allows deeper relaxation than distraction ever could. Letting the day die also creates space for identity beyond what happened within it. You are not only the roles you played, the problems you faced, or the outcomes you achieved. When the day closes, those roles dissolve temporarily, revealing a quieter self beneath them, one that exists without performance or expectation. This return to simplicity is deeply restorative because it reminds the nervous system that it does not need to maintain constant readiness. Over time, practicing this closure transforms the way nights feel. Instead of being extensions of daytime effort, they become distinct periods of renewal. The body begins preparing for rest earlier, knowing that the day will not follow it into the dark. Sleep becomes deeper because there is nothing left to process urgently. And in this complete ending, something profound happens. You realize that life is not one endless stretch of pressure, but a rhythm of engagement and release. Each day rises, unfolds, and falls away, making room for the next. By allowing it to end fully, you participate in that rhythm instead of resisting it. As you settle further into the night, the sense of finality becomes comforting rather than unsettling. The world outside continues without needing your attention. The inner world grows quiet because it is no longer holding on to what has already passed. Restoration deepens in this emptiness, rebuilding strength from the inside. From here, sleep arrives as a natural continuation of closure, not a sudden shutdown, but a gentle fading into stillness. The day has completed its course, and you are free to rest without carrying it forward. In that freedom, the nervous system finds the deep repair it has been waiting for, preparing you to meet the next sunrise with clarity instead of residue. As the day is allowed to end completely, a deeper awareness begins to settle in. The quiet realization that nothing was meant to be held forever. Every experience, every emotion, every moment of effort rises, stays for a while, and then fades. The night itself becomes proof of this rhythm. It arrives without force, gently dissolving what daylight built, reminding the body and mind that release is not loss, but part of the natural order of things. Impermanence is often misunderstood as something unsettling, but at night it becomes comforting. The tension you carried all day did not follow you into sleep yesterday. The worries that once felt overwhelming have already changed shape or disappeared entirely. Even the most difficult chapters of life eventually soften with time. The darkness teaches this quietly, not through words, but through experience. Each night shows that holding on is not necessary because everything moves on its own. Trusting this cycle begins with noticing how the body responds when you stop resisting change. Fatigue transforms into heaviness that invites rest. Alertness fades into drowsiness. Thoughts slow into fragments, then into silence. None of this requires effort. It happens because the system is designed to release what it no longer needs. When you trust this process, you stop interfering with it, and restoration deepens naturally. The Stoics viewed impermanence as a source of strength rather than anxiety. If everything changes, then pain changes too. Stress is temporary. Fear rises and falls like weather. Even the sense of pressure that feels constant during the day weakens when the night arrives. Remembering this loosens the grip of urgency. You do not need to solve everything immediately because time itself participates in healing. Night also removes the illusion of permanence from roles and expectations. The responsibilities that defined you during the day pause. The identity built around tasks and interactions fades into the background. In the darkness, you are not defined by achievements or mistakes. You are simply a living body returning to balance. This simplicity is deeply restorative because it frees the nervous system from maintaining a constant performance. There is reassurance in knowing that whatever feels heavy now will not remain in the same form forever. Emotions transform, situations evolve, perspectives shift. The night becomes a safe space where this transformation can happen quietly, without pressure to understand or control it. You release because holding on is no longer necessary. Impermanence also teaches patience. Just as sleep cannot be rushed, healing cannot be forced. The body repairs in its own time, guided by rhythms older than conscious thought. Trusting these rhythms reduces anxiety because you no longer feel responsible for managing every change. You allow the process to unfold instead of trying to accelerate it. As the hours pass, the mind begins to mirror this gentle release. Thoughts become less defined, emotions less intense, awareness softer. What once felt urgent dissolves into distance. The nervous system learns that letting go does not lead to chaos, but to equilibrium. Each cycle of night and day reinforces this lesson until it becomes intuitive. In this perspective, even wakefulness during the night feels less threatening. If you find yourself alert for a moment, you know it will pass. Nothing stays fixed for long. This trust prevents panic from reigniting the system. You remain calm because you understand that stillness will return on its own. And as this understanding deepens, the night transforms from something to endure into something to learn from. It shows you how to release without fear, how to surrender without losing yourself, how to rest without guarding what has already gone. Restoration becomes more than physical repair. It becomes a reminder of life's natural flow. From here, sleep feels less like falling into unconsciousness and more like drifting with a current that has always carried you safely. You are not forcing the cycle, you are allowing it. The body rebuilds, the mind reorganizes, energy returns in quiet waves. And when morning eventually comes, it does not erase the night's lesson. That peace is found not in holding tighter, but in trusting that everything moves, softens, and renews in its own time. As the rhythm of release becomes easier to trust, another subtle habit begins to loosen. The constant monitoring that keeps the mind slightly tense, even in moments meant for rest. Many people do not realize how much energy is spent watching themselves, checking whether they are calm enough, productive enough, liked enough, safe enough. It is like an internal surveillance system that never powers down, scanning for mistakes, threats, or signs that something might go wrong. At night, this monitoring keeps the nervous system alert long after the world has gone quiet. This habit often begins as a way to stay prepared, paying attention to details, anticipating problems, adjusting behavior to avoid conflict. These skills can be useful during the day, but when carried into the night, they turn inward. Instead of watching the environment, the mind watches itself. It evaluates every thought, every sensation, even the process of falling asleep. This self-observation creates pressure, because being watched makes the body feel like it must perform rather than relax. Freedom comes when you realize that nothing important is lost by stepping out of this constant supervision. The body knows how to regulate itself without interference. Heart rate slows on its own. Breathing deepens naturally. Sleep arrives without being monitored. Letting these processes happen without inspection allows the nervous system to return to its default state, steady and self-sustaining. The Stoics practiced this kind of inner freedom by focusing only on what truly required attention. They did not waste energy tracking every fluctuation of mood or every imagined possibility. They trusted their capacity to respond when needed instead of staying on guard at all times. At night, this trust becomes medicine. When you stop watching for signs of danger, the body stops preparing for danger. Reducing internal surveillance also means loosening the habit of self-criticism. Many people monitor themselves because they fear being wrong or inadequate. This keeps the mind busy, searching for flaws, even in peaceful moments. Offering yourself quiet permission to be imperfect removes this pressure. You do not need to audit your thoughts before sleep. You do not need to correct every emotion. You can simply exist without commentary. Attention can then shift outward in a gentle way, not toward stimulation, but toward neutral sensations that require no judgment. The weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow, the faint sounds in the distance. These anchor points allow awareness to rest without analyzing. The mind becomes a quiet observer instead of an inspector. There is also relief in realizing that control and monitoring are not the same as safety. True safety comes from stability, not from constant checking. When you allow the system to run without supervision, it often functions better. Tension decreases because energy is no longer diverted into unnecessary vigilance. Over time, the urge to monitor fades because the mind learns that nothing falls apart when you stop watching. Sleep still comes. Breathing continues. The world does not collapse in your absence. This realization builds confidence in the body's natural intelligence. You begin to trust processes that once felt fragile. As this trust grows, the night feels more spacious. Instead of being filled with evaluation and adjustment, it becomes a period of quiet presence. Thoughts may still pass through, sensations may shift, but there is no need to track them. They come and go on their own, like clouds moving across a still sky. And in this freedom from internal surveillance, the nervous system finally experiences true rest. Not the kind that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes from no longer needing to guard against yourself. The body settles deeper, the mind softens, and sleep unfolds naturally, carrying you into restoration without effort. From this place, waking will feel different too. Lighter, clearer, less burdened by the need to monitor every step. You will move through the day with quiet confidence, knowing that awareness can be turned on when needed and turned off when it is time to rest. The cycle of vigilance gives way to a rhythm of engagement and release, allowing both strength and peace to coexist without strain. As the habit of constant monitoring fades, something even deeper begins to loosen. The tight grip on the roles and identities carried throughout the day. Every responsibility, every expectation, every label attached to your name creates a subtle tension in the nervous system. Parent, partner, provider, leader, problem solver, protector. These roles require alertness and effort, and over time they start to feel inseparable from who you are. When night comes, the body lies down, but the identity often stays standing, still ready to perform. Gentle detachment from identity is the quiet realization that you do not have to be anyone for the next few hours. Nothing needs to be managed, proven, or maintained. The roles that demanded your attention during the day are temporarily suspended, like costumes set aside after a long performance. This is not abandoning responsibility. It is allowing the system to recover from the weight of carrying those roles continuously without pause. Many people resist this detachment because they fear losing control or purpose. Identity can feel like armor, something that keeps life structured and predictable. But armor is heavy, and wearing it through the night prevents true rest. The Stoics understood that beneath all social roles there is a simpler self, one that exists without titles, achievements, or expectations. Returning to that simplicity restores balance because the nervous system no longer has to uphold a constant image. Before sleep, detachment begins with acknowledging that nothing about your identity needs to be defended right now. You are not being evaluated. You are not required to respond to anyone. The opinions of others are not present in the room. Without external pressure, the inner pressure to maintain a certain version of yourself begins to soften. Muscles release because they are no longer holding posture. Thoughts quiet because they are no longer rehearsing how to act. There is freedom in allowing yourself to be undefined for a while. You are not your successes or your mistakes in this moment. You are not the expectations placed on you or the plans you carry. You are simply a living body resting in stillness, breathing without effort, supported without needing to support anything else. This return to neutrality is deeply calming because it removes the need to maintain continuity with the day. Detachment also quiets the emotional charge tied to identity. Pride, shame, worry about reputation, pressure to improve. These feelings keep the nervous system activated. When you step away from the story of who you must be, those emotions lose their urgency. You do not stop caring about your life. You simply pause the narrative long enough for restoration to occur. Physical sensations often shift during this process. The face relaxes, the brow smooths, the shoulders drop lower into the mattress. These changes are signs that the body no longer feels watched or judged. Without the need to present yourself, tension dissolves naturally. Even breathing becomes quieter, as if the body is relieved to exist without expectation. This practice also prepares the mind for deeper sleep by reducing mental attachment. Dreams often process identity-related concerns, fears of failure, desires for approval, unresolved conflicts. When detachment occurs before sleep, these themes soften, allowing the brain to focus on repair rather than emotional rehearsal. Over time, this nightly release changes how identity feels during the day. Instead of being something rigid you must uphold constantly, it becomes something flexible you can step into and out of. You carry your roles when needed and set them down when rest is required. This balance prevents burnout because the nervous system is no longer trapped in permanent performance mode. As the detachment deepens, the night becomes a sanctuary where you can exist without definition. No past to maintain, no future to prove, no image to protect. Just quiet presence. In that presence, restoration reaches layers that effort could never access. And from this place of simplicity, sleep arrives gently, as if the body recognizes that nothing is expected of it anymore. You drift into rest, not as a role, not as a title, not as a story, but as a human being returning to equilibrium. The nervous system rebuilds strength in this neutral space, preparing you to wake able to step back into life without carrying its weight continuously. As the roles and identities of the day loosen their grip, attention naturally begins to drift back to something quieter and more reliable, the body itself. For many people, most of life is lived in the mind, in thoughts about what has happened and what might happen next. The body becomes secondary, something carried along rather than something truly inhabited. At night, this distance can make rest feel abstract, as if sleep is something the mind must achieve instead of something the body naturally knows how to do. Returning to the body is a gentle homecoming. It shifts awareness away from stories and back to direct experience. The Stoics practiced this grounding not as an escape from thinking, but as a way to reconnect with reality. Thoughts can wander far from what is actually happening, but sensation is always honest. The feeling of the mattress beneath you, the weight of your limbs, the temperature of the air on your skin. These anchors bring you back to the present without effort. When attention settles into sensation, the nervous system receives a powerful signal of safety. The body only scans for danger when awareness is fixed on imagined threats or distant concerns. When awareness returns to physical experience, it recognizes that there is no immediate crisis. Breathing slows, heart rate steadies, muscles release tension that was maintained simply because the mind was elsewhere. This grounding does not require forcing anything to change. It is not about controlling the body, but about noticing it. Feeling the rise and fall of the chest as you breathe, the subtle movement in the abdomen, the heaviness of the legs sinking into support. Each sensation is a reminder that life is happening now, not in the mental landscapes that often create pressure. There is also relief in letting the body carry what the mind has been holding. The body is designed for rhythm, cycles of tension and release, activity and rest. When the mind dominates, these rhythms are disrupted. Returning to sensation allows them to restore themselves naturally. You do not need to instruct the body how to sleep any more than you need to instruct it how to heal a small cut. It knows the process. Another benefit of grounding in sensation is that it interrupts spirals of thought without confrontation. Instead of arguing with the mind or trying to silence it, you simply shift attention. Thoughts fade into the background when they are no longer the center of awareness. Like noise from another room, they lose their intensity because they are not being followed. Physical stillness also deepens during this return. Movements become slower, smaller, until the body settles into a position that feels supported rather than arranged. This stillness is not stiffness, it is ease. The nervous system interprets it as the absence of threat, allowing deeper layers of relaxation to unfold. Even discomfort can be approached differently in this state. Instead of resisting a sensation, you observe it with curiosity. Often, tension dissolves when it is acknowledged without judgment. Pain softens, pressure disperses, restlessness quiets. The body responds to a tension that is calm rather than demanding. Over time, grounding becomes instinctive. Whenever the mind begins to drift too far into worry or analysis, awareness returns to the physical experience of being here. This creates a stable foundation that does not depend on circumstances. You carry this steadiness into the day as well, responding to challenges from a place of presence instead of reactivity. As the connection with the body deepens, sleep feels less like something separate from you and more like a continuation of this grounded state. Drowsiness arrives gently, carried on the rhythm of breathing and the comfort of stillness. The mind no longer needs to lead the process. It can follow the body's quiet guidance. And in this return, the nervous system finds exactly what it has been seeking, a place where awareness is calm, steady, and rooted in reality. Restoration flows from this grounded presence, rebuilding energy and clarity without strain. You drift into sleep not as a mind trying to rest, but as a whole being settling into balance, supported by the simple truth of sensation. As awareness settles fully into the body, another quiet realization begins to unfold that nothing more needs to be done. No adjustments, no improvements, no effort to deepen the calm. Just stillness. For many people, this moment feels unfamiliar, even unsettling, because life has trained them to equate worth with action. If nothing is happening, it can feel like something is missing. Yet this is precisely where restoration begins, in the courage to stop striving. Doing nothing is not laziness. It is allowing the body and mind to exist without pressure to produce or solve. During the day, action is necessary. Decisions must be made, problems addressed, responsibilities fulfilled. But carrying that same momentum into the night keeps the nervous system in motion long after it should have slowed. Rest requires a different kind of strength, the strength to step out of constant engagement without guilt. The Stoics understood that endurance is not only about pushing forward, it is also about knowing when to withdraw. A soldier who never leaves the battlefield eventually collapses, no matter how strong he is. Likewise, a mind that never pauses loses clarity. Choosing to rest is not abandoning discipline. It is protecting it. When you allow yourself to do nothing, you preserve the energy needed to act wisely later. This courage appears in small ways, not reaching for distraction when silence feels empty, not trying to control how quickly sleep arrives, not filling the space with planning or analysis. Each time you resist the urge to act, you reinforce the message that stillness is safe. The nervous system responds by lowering its defenses, shifting from readiness to repair. There is also relief in realizing that existence itself is enough for this moment. You do not need to justify your rest or earn it through exhaustion. The body requires recovery whether you believe you deserve it or not. When you stop negotiating with this need, tension dissolves. Muscles soften because they are no longer braced for the next demand. Doing nothing also restores sensitivity to subtle signals that busyness often masks. The quiet satisfaction of comfort, the gentle rhythm of breathing, the natural heaviness that invites sleep. These experiences are easily overlooked when attention is fixed on activity. In stillness, they become clear, guiding the body toward deeper relaxation. Emotionally, this pause breaks the cycle of constant self-improvement. Many people carry the belief that they must always be working on themselves, fixing flaws, becoming better. At night, this pressure can continue as mental effort. Letting go of improvement for a few hours creates space where you are not a project to manage, but a person allowed to rest. This acceptance is profoundly calming because it removes the sense of inadequacy that drives endless striving. Over time, practicing this intentional inactivity reshapes how effort is used during the day. You learn that action is most effective when balanced with true rest. Productivity becomes sharper, decisions clearer, patience stronger. Doing nothing at the right time enhances everything you do later. As the body sinks deeper into stillness, the mind follows naturally. Thoughts become less frequent, less urgent. The need to control fades because there is nothing left to manage. Sleep begins to approach quietly, like a tide rising without announcement. And in this quiet surrender to inactivity, the nervous system receives a form of restoration that effort could never produce. Energy rebuilds without resistance. The system resets not because you forced it, but because you allowed it to stop working. Strength returns in silence, preparing you to face the next day with steadiness instead of strain. From this place, rest becomes more than recovery. It becomes a reminder that power does not only come from action, it also comes from knowing when to be still. And as you drift into sleep, you carry that quiet strength with you. The strength of someone who understands that doing nothing at the right time is one of the most courageous acts of all. As stillness becomes something you can enter without resistance, another hidden layer begins to soften. The quiet fear of being unguarded. Sleep is one of the few moments in life where you release awareness completely, where you cannot monitor your surroundings or control what happens. For a nervous system used to vigilance, this can feel like stepping into exposure. Even in a safe room, even with nothing threatening nearby, the body may hesitate, holding on to a thin layer of alertness as if it must remain ready. This hesitation is not irrational. It comes from a history of needing to stay strong, attentive, or prepared. The body learned that lowering defenses could lead to discomfort or harm, so it kept them raised even when they were no longer necessary. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. You lie down, close your eyes, and part of you stays awake, listening, watching, waiting. Rest becomes shallow because true sleep requires trust. Learning to lower defenses begins with understanding that vulnerability is not weakness. It is simply openness, allowing the body to exist without armor. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate sensitivity. They aimed to align themselves with reality. At night, reality is that nothing needs to be fought, solved, or resisted. Recognizing this allows the nervous system to reconsider its posture. Physical cues can help signal that it is safe to release. Letting the shoulders drop fully, unclenching the hands, allowing the face to soften, even loosening the muscles around the eyes. These gestures communicate safety more effectively than thoughts ever could. The brain interprets the relaxed posture as evidence that no immediate threat is present, and it gradually reduces alertness in response. Breathing also plays a role in lowering defenses. When you allow each exhale to lengthen naturally, the body shifts from readiness to recovery. The chest opens instead of tightening, the abdomen moves freely, and tension drains downward. This rhythm tells the nervous system that it can stand down, that vigilance is no longer required. There is emotional vulnerability as well, the willingness to let feelings surface without guarding against them. At night, emotions sometimes rise because the distractions of the day are gone. Instead of pushing them away, you allow them to exist gently, without analysis or judgment. This acceptance prevents them from becoming threats. They pass through instead of building pressure. Trust grows slowly through repetition. Each night you allow yourself to relax without negative consequences. The body learns that vulnerability does not lead to harm. The defenses lower more easily the next time. What once felt risky begins to feel natural, like setting down a heavy object you did not realize you were carrying. Another part of this learning is recognizing that you are not alone in the process. Every living creature sleeps. Every system designed for survival includes a period of surrender. Nature itself operates on cycles of activity and rest. Trusting this universal pattern reduces the sense of isolation that can accompany vulnerability. As defenses soften, the quality of rest changes. Sleep becomes deeper because the body is no longer holding itself in readiness. Muscles release more fully, breathing settles into a steady rhythm, and the mind drifts without interruption. Restoration reaches layers that shallow sleep could never touch. And in this gentle lowering of guard, the nervous system discovers something it has been searching for: the experience of safety without effort. You are not protected because you are alert. You are protected because nothing is threatening you right now. This realization quiets the last traces of tension. From here, drifting into sleep feels less like surrendering control and more like returning to a natural state. You are not abandoning yourself. You are trusting the process that has carried you through every night of your life. The body repairs, the mind reorganizes, energy rebuilds in silence. And as you rest in this openness, vulnerability transforms into strength. Not the strength of resistance, but the strength of allowing. The strength of knowing you can lower your defenses and still be safe. In that quiet confidence, sleep deepens, carrying you into a state of restoration that prepares you to wake grounded, steady, and unafraid to soften again when night returns. As the body learns it is safe to lower its defenses, one final struggle often reveals itself: the tension created by trying too hard to fall asleep. Wakefulness becomes the enemy, something to defeat, something to escape as quickly as possible. The more you check the clock, the more you measure how long you have been awake, the more pressure builds. Instead of inviting rest, this pressure tells the nervous system that something is wrong. The night turns into a battle between exhaustion and effort keeps the system alert. Insomnia often feeds on resistance. When wakefulness is treated as a threat, the body releases the same chemicals it would release in any stressful situation. Heart rate increases slightly, breathing becomes shallow, thoughts accelerate. The system prepares for action even though the only action happening is lying in bed. This creates a loop where fear of being awake produces the very state that prevents sleep. Non-resistance breaks this loop by removing the sense of danger. Instead of demanding sleep, You allow wakefulness to exist without judgment. You stop trying to force the body into a state it will enter on its own when ready. This shift changes the internal atmosphere from urgency to patience. The nervous system senses that nothing is being chased or avoided, and it begins to relax. The Stoics practiced accepting what could not be controlled, not as passive resignation, but as intelligent alignment with reality. In this moment, wakefulness is simply what is happening. Fighting it wastes energy and increases frustration. Allowing it conserves energy and reduces tension. Paradoxically, when the struggle ends, the conditions for sleep return naturally. One helpful realization is that resting quietly still restores the body, even if sleep has not arrived yet. Muscles release, breathing slows, the mind drifts in and out of softer awareness. This state is far more beneficial than anxious wakefulness. When you stop seeing the night as wasted time, the urgency fades. The body no longer feels pressured to perform. Gentle attention to sensation can support this non-resistance. Instead of focusing on the absence of sleep, you notice the comfort of the bed, the warmth of the blanket, the quiet rhythm of the room. These neutral details anchor you in the present instead of in frustration. The mind gradually shifts from problem-solving to observation, and observation eventually dissolves into drowsiness. There is also relief in letting go of the timeline. Sleep does not follow strict schedules when the nervous system is unsettled. Trusting that it will come when the body is ready removes the constant checking that keeps you awake. The brain learns that it does not need to stay alert to monitor progress. Non-resistance also softens the emotional charge around sleeplessness. Instead of seeing it as failure, you see it as a temporary state that will pass, just like every other state has passed before. This perspective reduces anxiety, allowing calm to return even in the absence of sleep. Over time, this approach retrains the nervous system. Nights of wakefulness become less frightening because they are no longer associated with struggle. The body stops bracing against the possibility of insomnia, and as that fear fades, sleep becomes easier to access. As you lie in quiet acceptance, something subtle begins to shift. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep softens. Thoughts become slower, images more fluid, awareness less defined. Without resistance holding you in place, the mind naturally drifts toward rest. And in this surrender to what is, the nervous system finally receives the message it has been waiting for, that there is no threat, no urgency, no need to stay alert. Sleep approaches quietly, not because you forced it, but because you stopped pushing it away. From here, the night transforms from a battleground into a place of patience and recovery. Wakefulness loses its power to disturb you, and sleep becomes a gentle return rather than a hard-won victory. In that peace, restoration deepens, carrying you into a state where effort is no longer required and rest unfolds on its own. As the struggle with wakefulness softens and the night becomes a place of patience instead of pressure, another deeply rooted tension begins to surface: the belief that every moment must be useful. Many people carry an invisible rule that rest must be earned, that time without productivity is time wasted. This belief does not disappear when the lights go out. It lingers quietly, turning even the hours meant for recovery into something that feels undeserved or incomplete. The nervous system cannot fully relax while it senses an obligation to keep producing. Productivity is associated with survival, approval, and self-worth, so the body remains subtly alert, as if pausing could lead to loss. Even in stillness, a part of the mind searches for ways to improve, plan, or optimize. The result is a form of restless inactivity, physically still, mentally busy. Releasing this need begins with recognizing that productivity is a tool, not a constant state. It serves a purpose during the day, but when carried into the night, it becomes harmful. The Stoics valued purposeful action, yet they also valued restoration. They understood that a blade kept in motion without pause dulls quickly. Stillness sharpens what constant effort wears down. There is quiet courage in allowing time to exist without output. When you stop measuring your worth by what you accomplish, the body senses relief. Shoulders drop, breathing deepens, the mind loosens its grip on goals and expectations. Nothing is being demanded from you right now, and that absence of demand is deeply restorative. Rest itself is productive in a different way. While you are still, the body repairs tissues, balances hormones, consolidates memory, and restores energy reserves. These processes cannot be rushed or replaced by effort. They require surrender. Recognizing this shifts the perspective from guilt to appreciation. You are not doing nothing. You are allowing essential work to happen beneath awareness. Another part of this release involves letting go of comparison. Productivity culture often encourages constant measurement against others, creating pressure to always be improving. At night, this comparison becomes internalized, turning rest into something that feels like falling behind. Remembering that every system follows its own rhythm dissolves this tension. The body does not operate on competition, it operates on cycles. Permission also plays a role. Many people wait for exhaustion to justify rest, as if stopping before that point is weakness. Giving yourself permission to rest without reaching a breaking point interrupts this pattern. The nervous system learns that pause is allowed, not forced. Over time, it begins to trust that recovery will come regularly instead of only after depletion. Emotionally, releasing productivity allows the mind to settle into contentment rather than constant striving. You are not a task list, not a series of achievements, not a project to optimize. You are a living being with limits that deserve respect. This realization softens the internal pressure that fuels anxiety and restlessness. As this belief loosens, nights become quieter. Instead of calculating what was accomplished or what remains undone, attention returns to simple presence. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing for the next demand. Sleep approaches naturally when there is no expectation to perform, even in rest. And in this freedom from constant productivity, the nervous system experiences a rare form of peace, the peace of existing without evaluation. Nothing needs to be measured, improved, or justified. You are allowed to be still, simply because stillness is part of being alive. From this place, restoration deepens beyond physical recovery. It rebuilds your relationship with effort itself, teaching you that strength comes not only from action, but from balance. You drift into sleep supported by the quiet understanding that you do not have to earn this rest. It was always yours, waiting for the moment you allowed yourself to receive it. As the pressure to be productive loosens its hold, a quieter understanding begins to take its place. That rest is not the opposite of discipline, but part of it. Many people see rest as a reward after effort, something optional or indulgent. But the Stoics saw it differently. They understood that a tired mind cannot act wisely, that an exhausted body cannot practice patience, and that virtue itself depends on clarity and strength. Rest was not an escape from responsibility. It was preparation for meeting responsibility with steadiness. Virtue, in the Stoic sense, meant living with reason, courage, justice, and self-control. These qualities require presence and balance. When the nervous system is overwhelmed, reactions become impulsive, emotions sharpen, judgment narrows. Even the best intentions can collapse under fatigue. Sleep restores the inner conditions that make calm decisions possible. It rebuilds the space between stimulus and response, allowing you to choose your actions instead of being driven by them. Seeing rest as preparation removes guilt from the process. You are not stepping away from your values. You are strengthening your ability to live by them. Just as a craftsman sharpens his tools before beginning work, you are restoring the instrument through which all actions pass, your mind and body. Without this renewal, effort becomes scattered and inconsistent, no matter how determined you feel. The Stoics often reflected at night not to continue working, but to conclude the day with awareness. They allowed sleep to follow as a natural transition, trusting that the quiet hours would organize thoughts, calm emotions, and replenish energy. Morning then arrived not as a struggle, but as a return to purpose with renewed clarity. Rest completed the cycle of action, making each new day more intentional than the last. Physically, this preparation is visible in subtle ways. Breathing becomes deeper, signaling that the body is shifting into recovery mode. Muscles soften as stored tension dissolves. The brain moves into patterns of activity that repair memory and regulate mood. These processes cannot happen while the system is alert. They require surrender to stillness. Emotionally, rest stabilizes the inner world. Feelings that seemed overwhelming during the day settle into proportion. Irritation fades, patience returns, compassion becomes accessible again. This balance is not created by effort, it emerges from recovery. When the nervous system is calm, you respond to life with greater understanding instead of reflex. Rest also restores perspective. Problems that felt urgent may appear manageable in the morning. Decisions that seemed confusing become clearer. This shift happens because the mind is no longer clouded by exhaustion. The Stoics trusted this natural reset, knowing that clarity grows in quiet conditions. There is humility in accepting that even strength requires renewal. No one can remain fully composed without pause. Recognizing this prevents burnout and preserves integrity. It reminds you that discipline includes knowing when to stop, not only when to push forward. As you settle deeper into the night, this view transforms the experience of sleep. It becomes a continuation of your commitment to live wisely, not a break from it. Each moment of rest supports the character you are building, allowing you to meet tomorrow's challenges with steadiness instead of strain. And in this understanding, the nervous system relaxes more fully. There is no conflict between effort and recovery, no sense that you should be doing something else. You are exactly where you need to be, restoring the foundation that supports every action you will take when morning comes. From here, sleep feels purposeful without being pressured. You drift into it knowing that stillness now is strength later. That quiet tonight becomes clarity tomorrow. The body repairs, the mind reorganizes, and virtue itself is prepared in silence, ready to guide you when the day begins again. As rest settles into the body as preparation rather than escape, another quiet burden begins to loosen, the pressure of tomorrow. Long before the sun rises, many minds are already there, rehearsing conversations, anticipating problems, calculating outcomes, bracing for expectations that have not yet arrived. The future becomes a stage where you feel required to succeed before the moment even exists. This silent rehearsal keeps the nervous system activated, as if the day has already begun. The body does not understand imagined time. When the mind projects itself into tomorrow's demands, the system responds as though those demands are happening now. Muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, thoughts accelerate. Sleep struggles to deepen because the body is preparing for action instead of repair. Dissolving this pressure begins with recognizing that tomorrow does not need you yet. Nothing can be solved from the bed in this moment. The future will unfold whether you rehearse it or not. The Stoics practiced focusing on what was within their control, and tomorrow's events are not within your control tonight. What belongs to you now is rest. By returning attention to the present, you withdraw energy from imagined scenarios that drain strength without providing solutions. This shift is not avoidance, it is wise timing. Preparation happens when action is possible, not when the body is meant to recover. There is relief in allowing uncertainty to exist without trying to eliminate it. Much of the pressure around tomorrow comes from the belief that you must be ready for everything. But readiness grows from a calm system, not an exhausted one. Trusting that you will respond when the time comes removes the need to predict every detail. The mind can release its grip because it no longer feels responsible for controlling the unknown. Physical relaxation follows this mental release. The jaw unclenches, the forehead smooths, the chest opens as breathing deepens. These changes signal that the future is no longer being treated as a threat. Energy returns to the processes that restore rather than those that anticipate. Letting go of performance also softens the fear of failure. Tomorrow does not require perfection, it requires presence. When you stop measuring your worth by how well you will perform, anxiety loses its fuel. You are not a role waiting to be judged. You are a person who will meet the day as it comes, step by step, with the resources available at that time. Another helpful realization is that sleep itself is the best preparation for whatever lies ahead. Clarity, patience, creativity, and resilience all depend on recovery. By releasing the pressure to perform, you create the conditions that allow you to perform well naturally. Effort becomes effective because it is supported by balance. As the mind withdraws from tomorrow's stage, the night regains its quiet depth. Thoughts become less urgent, drifting without attachment. The nervous system shifts fully into restoration mode, repairing what the day has worn down. Time slows into a steady rhythm that requires nothing from you, and in this surrender of future pressure, peace expands. You are no longer trying to live 2 days at once. You are simply here, supported by stillness, free from expectations that have not yet taken form. Tomorrow will arrive in its own time, and when it does, you will meet it from a place of strength rather than strain. From this place, sleep unfolds gently, carrying you into deeper recovery. The body rebuilds, the mind clears, and the quiet confidence grows that you do not need to perform in advance. You only need to rest now, and in that rest, you prepare for the day ahead in the most powerful way possible, by allowing yourself to be fully restored before it begins. As the weight of tomorrow's expectations fades into the background, the mind finally has space to look back at the day that has just ended, not to judge it, not to replay it, but to release it. Many people carry a silent disappointment into the night, a sense that they should have done more, said less, been better, stayed stronger, made fewer mistakes. The day becomes something to evaluate instead of something to close. This quiet self-criticism keeps the nervous system tense, as if the past could still be corrected. Accepting imperfect days is an act of quiet strength because it interrupts this cycle. It means allowing reality to be enough, even when it did not match your hopes. Some efforts fell short. Some moments were clumsy. Some plans remained unfinished. None of this requires punishment. The Stoics believed that progress came from reflection without harshness, learning from the day, then setting it down so the mind could recover. Perfection is a moving target that the body cannot sustain chasing. When you hold yourself to impossible standards, every day feels incomplete. The nervous system remains alert, scanning for errors to fix, carrying tension into sleep, as if vigilance could rewrite the past. Acceptance dissolves this tension by removing the need to correct what has already happened. The day is finished. It does not need to be improved, it only needs to be released. There is compassion in recognizing how much you carried, even if you did not carry it flawlessly. Effort counts, endurance counts, showing up when you were tired counts. When you acknowledge this quietly, the inner pressure softens. You are no longer standing in judgment of yourself. You are allowing yourself to be human. Physically, this acceptance often brings an immediate sense of relief. The chest loosens, the stomach unclenches, the muscles around the eyes relax. These shifts happen because the body no longer feels compelled to defend against criticism. Safety returns when you stop treating yourself as the threat. Emotionally, imperfect days teach humility and patience. They remind you that growth is uneven, that strength develops through repetition rather than flawless execution. The Stoics valued resilience more than perfection because resilience survives setbacks. Accepting the day as it was strengthens this resilience, preparing you to begin again without carrying discouragement forward. There is also freedom in understanding that no single day defines you. Identity is not built from isolated moments, but from patterns over time. A difficult day does not erase your values or your progress. It becomes part of a larger story that includes recovery and renewal. As you release the need for the day to have been better, the night deepens into calm. Thoughts lose their edge because they are no longer fueled by regret. The mind stops replaying scenes in search of alternative outcomes. What remains is simple awareness, free from evaluation. This quiet acceptance allows sleep to approach without resistance. The nervous system shifts fully into restoration because it is no longer burdened by unfinished emotional business. Healing occurs not only physically, but psychologically, as self-trust replaces self-criticism. And in this gentle closing of the day, you discover a form of strength that does not depend on control or achievement. It comes from allowing life to be imperfect without losing your steadiness. From here, rest feels deserved, not because everything went right, but because you are willing to let the day end without carrying its weight into tomorrow. As sleep takes hold, you drift with the quiet understanding that imperfect days are not failures. They are part of being alive. Each one teaches, softens, and shapes you in ways perfection never could. And in accepting them, you give yourself the peace needed to wake renewed, ready to meet whatever comes next with patience instead of pressure. As acceptance of an imperfect day settles into the heart, one final weight often remains: the quiet pull of regret. It lingers in the spaces between thoughts, replaying moments that cannot be undone, words that cannot be unsaid, chances that passed without being taken. Regret keeps the mind facing backward, as if staring long enough could reopen the past and offer a second attempt. But night is not a time for returning. It is a time for release. Holding regret through the night keeps the nervous system tied to events that are already finished. The body responds as if those moments are still unfolding, tightening muscles, quickening breath, keeping sleep shallow. Letting go does not mean denying what happened. It means recognizing that the past no longer requires your energy. Nothing you carry into the dark will change what has already been written. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows from reflection, but suffering grows from rumination. Once a lesson is understood, the event can be set down. Regret becomes unnecessary when it has already delivered its message. Continuing to replay it only reopens the wound without adding clarity. Night invites you to close that chapter gently, not by force, but by understanding that learning is complete. There is compassion in acknowledging that you did the best you could with the awareness you had at the time. Human judgment is shaped by emotion, fatigue, fear, and incomplete information. Expecting flawless decisions from a limited perspective is unfair. When you allow yourself this grace, regret begins to loosen its grip. You stop punishing the past version of yourself for not being the person you are now. Physically, release can feel like a quiet exhale spreading through the body. The chest softens, the throat relaxes, the stomach unclenches. These sensations signal that the internal conflict is dissolving. The body no longer feels trapped between what is and what cannot be changed. Letting go also restores trust in time. Painful memories often fade, not because they are erased, but because life continues to unfold, bringing new experiences that shift perspective. By allowing the night to carry regret away, instead of holding on to it, you participate in this natural healing process. You give tomorrow the chance to reshape what today could not. Another part of this release is recognizing that regret often hides a deeper desire to care, to do right, to live with integrity. The very presence of regret shows that your values are intact. Instead of seeing it as proof of failure, you can see it as evidence of conscience. This reframing turns self-judgment into quiet respect for your intentions. As regret loosens, the mind becomes less crowded. The endless replay of scenes fades into distance, replaced by stillness. The nervous system shifts fully into recovery because it is no longer bracing against emotional pain. Sleep approaches gently, carried by the sense that nothing more needs to be revisited tonight. In this surrender, forgiveness begins. Not dramatic or forced, but calm and steady. Forgiveness for being human, for not knowing everything, for learning through experience. This forgiveness is deeply restorative because it removes the internal resistance that drains energy. And as you drift into rest, you carry only what is necessary forward, the wisdom gained, not the weight of the mistake. The past remains where it belongs, behind you, no longer pulling at your attention. What remains is quiet presence, open and unburdened. From this place, the night becomes a sanctuary of renewal. The nervous system rebuilds strength without interference, the mind clears without struggle, and the heart softens without fear. You fall asleep not as someone trapped by yesterday, but as someone free to begin again when morning comes, lighter and steadier than before. As regret loosens and the past begins to release its hold, a quieter and more sustaining practice comes into view. The daily act of forgiving yourself. Not once in a dramatic moment, not only after major mistakes, but gently and consistently, like washing away the dust of the day before it hardens. Every day leaves small marks on the mind, things you wish you handled better, moments of impatience, missed opportunities, silent disappointments. Without forgiveness, these accumulate, forming a weight that the nervous system carries into the night. Forgiving yourself daily is not pretending nothing happened. It is acknowledging that being human means being unfinished. The Stoics believed that improvement was a lifelong process, not a demand for instant perfection. Each day was a chance to practice virtue, and each night was a chance to release what did not go as planned. This rhythm prevented self-judgment from turning into self-rejection. Many people offer compassion easily to others, but withhold it from themselves. They understand that others act out of stress, confusion, or pain, yet expect their own actions to be flawless. This imbalance creates inner tension because the mind becomes both the accuser and the accused. Forgiveness dissolves this conflict by removing the need to stand trial every night. There is strength in saying quietly, without ceremony, that you are allowed to start again. Not because mistakes are meaningless, but because growth requires space. When you forgive yourself, you stop clinging to identity built around past errors. You become someone who learns instead of someone who is defined by what went wrong. The body responds immediately to this shift. Muscles that were subtly contracted in defense begin to relax. Breathing deepens because there is no longer a need to brace against criticism. The face softens as the pressure to maintain composure fades. These physical changes signal that the nervous system feels safe again. Daily forgiveness also prevents emotional fatigue. Carrying unresolved self-blame drains energy that could be used for healing and creativity. By releasing it each night, you return to a neutral state where restoration can occur. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is not replaying scenes in search of punishment or redemption. Another quiet effect of forgiveness is the restoration of trust in yourself. When you stop attacking your own intentions, you begin to believe that you can handle life with honesty and resilience. This trust reduces anxiety about the future because you know you will meet challenges without turning against yourself. The practice can be simple. A moment of reflection where you acknowledge what happened, recognize what was learned, and allow the rest to dissolve. No dramatic declarations, no forced positivity. Just a calm decision not to carry the day's imperfections into tomorrow. Over time, this daily release changes how you experience mistakes. They become temporary disturbances instead of permanent stains. You recover more quickly, adapt more easily, and move forward without dragging emotional weight behind you. The nervous system learns that difficulty does not have to become trauma. As forgiveness becomes habitual, nights grow quieter. The mind no longer scans for reasons to criticize. Instead, it settles into acceptance, knowing that nothing essential is threatened by imperfection. This acceptance creates the conditions for true rest. Not just physical recovery, but emotional renewal. And in this gentle closing of the day, you drift into sleep with a lighter heart. You are not trying to be someone flawless. You are allowing yourself to be someone evolving. The body rebuilds strength, the mind clears, and the spirit regains balance in the absence of self-judgment. From this place, morning will feel less like a continuation of yesterday's burdens and more like a fresh beginning. You wake not as someone who must make up for the past, but as someone free to live the present with clarity and steadiness. Daily forgiveness becomes a quiet foundation beneath everything you do, reminding you that peace is not found in perfection, but in the willingness to begin again, again, and again. As self-forgiveness becomes a steady habit, the mind begins to loosen its need to evaluate everything it encounters. Another shift quietly invites itself in. the movement from judgment to observation. For most of the day, the mind measures, compares, labels, and decides. It decides whether something was good or bad, whether you succeeded or failed, whether others treated you fairly or not. This constant judging keeps the nervous system alert, as if every moment requires a verdict. At night, this habit turns inward. Thoughts are examined, emotions are questioned, memories are placed on trial. Even the process of falling asleep becomes something to evaluate. Why am I still awake? What did I do wrong? What if tomorrow is worse? Judgment transforms simple awareness into pressure. The body senses scrutiny and remains tense, because being judged feels like being under threat. Turning the mind toward observation dissolves this tension. Observation does not require decisions or conclusions. It is simply noticing what is present without trying to change it. The Stoics practiced this form of awareness to maintain clarity. By observing thoughts instead of obeying them, they created distance between reaction and reality. At night, this distance becomes deeply calming because it removes the need to control every experience. Observation begins with allowing thoughts to pass without attaching meaning to them. A memory arises. It is seen, then allowed to move on. A worry appears. It is noticed without being followed. Instead of building stories, you return to the simple fact that thoughts are events in the mind, not commands you must obey. This perspective reduces their intensity because they are no longer treated as urgent. Physical sensations can be observed in the same way. The feeling of tension in the shoulders, the rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body against the bed. You do not analyze these sensations or try to perfect them. You simply notice them as they are. This gentle awareness communicates safety to the nervous system, allowing deeper relaxation to unfold. Observation also softens emotional reactions. Instead of labeling feelings as problems, you acknowledge them as temporary states. Sadness, frustration, restlessness. Each one is recognized without resistance. They lose their sharp edges when they are not judged. The body no longer braces against them, and they often fade on their own. There is freedom in realizing that you do not have to solve everything you notice. Some experiences are meant only to be witnessed. The night is not a courtroom. It is a quiet field where thoughts and sensations pass like wind through grass. Nothing needs to be captured or corrected. As judgment fades, the mind becomes less crowded. Silence emerges naturally because there is no ongoing commentary. Awareness remains, but it is calm and spacious instead of critical. This spaciousness invites sleep because the brain no longer needs to stay active in evaluation mode. Over time, this practice changes how you move through the day as well. You respond instead of reacting, listen instead of defending, adapt instead of resisting. The nervous system remains steadier because it is not constantly preparing for conflict. And in the quiet shift from judgment to observation, the night regains its healing depth. You rest not as someone being evaluated, but as someone simply present. The body restores itself, the mind reorganizes, and peace grows in the absence of inner criticism. From this place, sleep arrives gently, carried by the calm of unforced awareness. You drift into rest without trying to earn it or explain it. Observation continues even in dreams, a quiet witness that does not interfere. And when morning comes, you wake with a clearer mind and a lighter heart, grounded in the simple strength of seeing without judging, being without pressure, and living without constant self-surveillance. As the mind learns to observe without judging, another source of tension begins to lose its power, the habit of imagining the worst before the night has even begun. Catastrophic thinking often arrives quietly, disguised as preparation. A small concern grows into a chain of possibilities, each one darker than the last. By the time your head touches the pillow, the mind is no longer in the room. It is wandering through futures that may never exist, sounding alarms that keep the nervous system alert. The body cannot distinguish between a real threat and a vividly imagined one. When catastrophic thoughts take hold, the same stress responses activate as if danger were present. Muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, the heart beats faster. Sleep struggles to deepen because the system is preparing for survival rather than restoration. Ending this pattern begins with recognizing that imagination, when guided by fear, creates suffering without protection. The Stoics practiced separating what is likely from what is merely possible. They understood that the mind can produce endless scenarios, but only a small fraction ever unfold. At night, this distinction becomes crucial. You do not need to solve events that have not happened. You only need to return to what is real: the quiet room, the steady breath, the support beneath your body. One way to dissolve catastrophic thinking is to shrink the scale of attention. Instead of engaging with distant fears, you bring awareness back to immediate sensations: the softness of the pillow, the warmth of the blanket, the slow rhythm of breathing. These details anchor the mind in the present, where imagined disasters cannot reach. The nervous system relaxes because it recognizes the absence of actual threat. There is also relief in acknowledging that uncertainty is not danger. Much of catastrophic thinking comes from a desire for certainty about the future. When certainty is unavailable, the mind fills the gap with worst-case scenarios. Accepting that not knowing is part of life removes the need to create false predictions. You allow the future to remain undefined, freeing the present from unnecessary fear. Another quiet shift happens when you realize that worry is not a form of control. Replaying potential problems does not prevent them. It only drains energy needed for resilience. Trust grows when you remember that you have faced difficulties before and adapted. The same capacity will be there if challenges arise again. This confidence reduces the urgency to anticipate every outcome. Physically, letting go of catastrophic thinking often brings an immediate sense of lightness. The chest loosens, the stomach softens, the body sinks more fully into the bed. These signals tell the brain that vigilance is no longer required. Sleep begins to approach because the system is no longer preparing for emergency. Emotionally, this release restores hope. The future is no longer painted in extremes, but left open to possibility. You are not trapped in imagined darkness. You are resting in a moment that is neutral and safe. From this place, the mind can drift instead of racing. Over time, ending catastrophic thinking becomes easier because the brain learns that calm is more useful than alarm. Each night you refuse to follow fearful projections, you weaken their hold. The nervous system shifts from anticipation to recovery, allowing deeper restoration. And in this quiet refusal to chase imagined disasters, the night regains its gentleness. You lie in peace, aware that nothing is demanding action right now. The body repairs itself, the mind clears, and sleep unfolds naturally without resistance. From this place, rest becomes a sanctuary instead of a battlefield. You drift into dreams unburdened by fears that never needed to exist. And when morning comes, you wake steadier, clearer, and more capable of meeting reality as it is, not as the mind once feared it might be. As catastrophic thinking loosens its grip on the night, a quieter but persistent tension sometimes remains, the restless anticipation of what might come next. Anticipatory anxiety is not always loud or dramatic. It often feels like a subtle hum beneath the surface, a sense that something important is approaching and you must be ready for it. The mind leans forward into the future, rehearsing outcomes, preparing responses, scanning for signs of what might unfold. Even in a silent room, the body feels as if it is waiting for a signal. This state keeps the nervous system suspended between rest and action. You are not facing a threat, yet you are not fully relaxed either. Muscles remain slightly engaged, breathing shallow, awareness sharpened. Sleep becomes fragile because the system believes it must stay alert for what is coming. Calming this anxiety begins with recognizing that anticipation itself is not preparation. True readiness comes from stability, not from constant mental rehearsal. The Stoics practiced returning attention to what is within reach instead of what is approaching from a distance. They understood that the future cannot be managed in advance, only met when it arrives. At night, this wisdom becomes deeply practical. Tomorrow does not need your attention right now. Whatever you are anticipating will be handled with the clarity you have then, not the tension you create now. A helpful shift is to anchor yourself in the rhythm of the present moment. Notice the steady pattern of your breathing, the gentle rise and fall that continues without effort. Feel the support beneath your body, the stillness around you. These signals remind the nervous system that there is nothing requiring action in this moment. The body gradually lowers its guard because the expected event is not here yet. There is also comfort in accepting that uncertainty is a natural part of life, not a problem to eliminate. Anticipatory anxiety often comes from the belief that you must predict outcomes to stay safe. Letting go of this belief allows the mind to rest. You do not need to know how everything will unfold. You only need to trust that you will respond when the time comes. Another aspect of the Stoic approach is focusing on character rather than outcomes. Instead of worrying about how tomorrow will go, you remind yourself that you will meet it with patience, courage, and reason. This shifts attention from uncontrollable events to internal qualities that remain steady regardless of circumstances. Confidence grows because your stability does not depend on external conditions. Physically, this perspective brings noticeable changes. The jaw loosens, shoulders sink deeper into the mattress, the heart rate slows. These signals communicate to the brain that anticipation has been replaced by calm. The nervous system moves fully into restoration mode because it is no longer bracing for impact. Over time, practicing this calm acceptance weakens the habit of living ahead of yourself. You become more grounded in each moment, less pulled by imagined futures. Nights become quieter because the mind is not racing to meet what has not yet arrived. And in this quiet return to the present, the night regains its depth. You are no longer waiting for something to happen. You are simply resting, supported by stillness, free from the need to prepare endlessly. Sleep approaches as the body recognizes that vigilance is no longer required. From this place, rest becomes a foundation for meeting tomorrow with clarity instead of anxiety. You drift into sleep knowing that whatever comes will be faced with the strength restored tonight. The future can wait. For now, there is only the calm rhythm of breath, the quiet support beneath you, and the gentle unfolding of recovery that carries you toward morning with steadiness and peace. As anticipatory anxiety softens and the mind stops leaning so far into the future, one last habit begins to loosen: the constant need to plan every step before it happens. Planning can feel like safety. It gives the illusion that life will unfold according to your expectations, that nothing unexpected will disrupt your path. But when planning becomes relentless, it keeps the nervous system in a state of low-grade tension, as if life is a problem that must be solved in advance rather than an experience to be lived. At night, this habit often intensifies. The mind starts organizing tomorrow, then next week, then distant possibilities, building structures that may never be used. Instead of resting, you are quietly working. The body senses activity and remains alert, even though no physical movement is happening. Sleep becomes shallow because the system believes it must stay engaged. Learning to trust life begins with recognizing that not everything needs to be arranged ahead of time. Much of what happens is shaped by circumstances beyond your control, by timing, by other people, by forces too complex to predict. The Stoics understood this deeply. They planned where they could, but they also accepted that reality would always have the final word. This acceptance allowed them to remain calm when events diverged from expectations. Trusting life does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means releasing the belief that constant mental preparation prevents difficulty. Often, it only creates exhaustion before anything has even occurred. When you allow plans to rest for the night, you conserve energy for when action is actually possible. The mind can close its notebooks, knowing they will still be there in the morning. There is relief in admitting that you do not have to carry the entire future alone. Life unfolds through countless interactions, adjustments, and unexpected openings. Many of the best outcomes arrive unplanned. Remembering this reduces the fear that everything will fall apart without constant supervision. Physically, letting go of planning allows deeper relaxation to emerge. The forehead smooths as concentration fades, the jaw loosens, breathing becomes slower and more fluid. These signals tell the nervous system that it is safe to shift from preparation to recovery. Energy that was tied up in mental effort returns to the processes that restore strength. Emotionally, trust replaces pressure. Instead of feeling responsible for controlling outcomes, you begin to feel supported by the flow of events themselves. This does not remove uncertainty, but it removes the need to fight it. You become more flexible, able to adapt rather than resist. Another quiet benefit of this trust is creativity. When the mind is not crowded with rigid plans, it becomes open to new possibilities. Solutions appear more naturally because attention is not locked into a single path. Rest becomes fertile ground for insight instead of a pause in productivity. Over time, nights become calmer because the mind learns that stepping away from planning does not lead to chaos. Morning arrives, and you find that you can still organize your day, still respond effectively, still move forward. Confidence grows in your ability to handle life as it comes, rather than as you predicted it would. And in this gentle surrender of constant planning, the night regains its restorative power. You lie in stillness without needing to design the future. The body repairs itself, the mind clears, and sleep unfolds without interference. From this place, trust becomes a quiet companion. You drift into rest, knowing that life does not require you to anticipate every turn. It only asks that you meet each moment with presence when it arrives. Strength rebuilds in the absence of strain, preparing you to wake with clarity, flexibility, and a calm readiness for whatever the day brings, planned or unplanned. As trust in life begins to replace constant planning, another subtle burden becomes easier to notice: the emotional residue left behind by the day. Conversations, frustrations, disappointments, moments of tension, even small irritations that seemed insignificant at the time can linger in the body long after the events themselves are over. The mind may move on, but the nervous system remembers. It holds traces of stress like echoes that have not yet faded, keeping the system slightly charged when it should be unwinding. Emotional carryover often happens because the day rarely offers space to process what you feel. You move from one task to the next, one interaction to another, without pause. The body absorbs each experience, storing tension in the shoulders, tightness in the chest, restlessness in the stomach. By the time night arrives, this accumulation creates a sense of heaviness that has no clear cause. Sleep becomes difficult because the system is still responding to events that have already passed. Reducing this carryover begins with acknowledging that emotions need closure just as much as tasks do. The Stoics practiced reviewing their day not to criticize themselves, but to understand what affected them and why. This awareness allowed emotions to settle instead of remaining unresolved. At night, a quiet moment of recognition can release much of what the body is holding. You do not need to analyze deeply. Simply noticing what you felt and allowing it to exist without resistance begins the process of letting it go. Physical release often follows emotional recognition: a slow breath that expands the chest, a gentle stretch that loosens the back, a deliberate unclenching of the jaw. These small gestures signal to the nervous system that the situation is over. The body does not have to stay prepared for something that has already ended. Another helpful shift is separating the present moment from the emotional tone of earlier events. Just because something stressful happened today does not mean the night must carry the same atmosphere. By returning attention to what is calm now, the quiet room, the steady rhythm of breathing, the absence of demand, you remind the system that conditions have changed. Safety has returned. Forgiveness also plays a role, not only toward yourself, but toward others. Holding on to resentment keeps the emotional charge alive. Releasing it does not mean approving of what happened. It means choosing peace over prolonged tension. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels compelled to replay conflict. Over time, this practice teaches the body that each day has a natural ending. Emotions rise and fall within that boundary instead of spilling into the next cycle. You wake without carrying yesterday's weight, allowing each morning to begin with a clearer baseline. As emotional residue dissolves, sleep deepens because the mind is no longer processing unfinished feelings. Dreams become less agitated, the body more still, the rhythm of rest more stable. Restoration reaches deeper layers because nothing is pulling you back into the past. And in this gentle clearing of the inner landscape, the night becomes a true reset rather than a continuation of the day. You lie in quiet neutrality, free from echoes that no longer need to sound. The nervous system rebuilds strength without interference, preparing you to meet tomorrow with freshness instead of fatigue. From this place, rest feels complete. You drift into sleep not as someone carrying the day behind you, but as someone who has allowed it to end fully. What remains is calm presence, steady breath, and the quiet assurance that nothing from yesterday needs to be held tonight. As the emotional residue of the day clears away, the mind begins to feel lighter, less crowded, more open to stillness. This opens the door to something profoundly restorative: mental minimalism. Just as physical clutter can overwhelm a room, mental clutter overwhelms the nervous system. Too many thoughts, too many concerns, too many inputs competing for attention create a constant background strain. Even when you are physically at rest, the mind can feel like a crowded marketplace that never closes. Mental minimalism is not about forcing silence or eliminating thought altogether. It is about reducing unnecessary mental load so the system can return to its natural rhythm. The Stoics practiced this by focusing only on what truly mattered and letting the rest fade into the background. They understood that attention is a limited resource, and when it is scattered across countless worries and distractions, exhaustion follows. Throughout the day, the mind absorbs far more than it can process. News, conversations, expectations, digital noise, unfinished ideas. Without intentional release, all of this accumulates, creating a sense of inner pressure that makes relaxation difficult. At night, the nervous system tries to sort through this overload, which can lead to restless thinking instead of restful sleep. Reducing this clutter begins with letting go of the need to hold everything at once. Not every thought requires your attention. Not every problem needs to be solved immediately. By allowing unimportant details to drift away, you create space for calm awareness to emerge. This space is what the nervous system needs to shift from stimulation to recovery. There is relief in narrowing focus to the simplest elements of the present moment. The quiet sound of your breath, the steady support of the bed, the darkness behind closed eyes. These minimal sensations anchor the mind without overwhelming it. The system relaxes because it is no longer trying to process multiple streams of information simultaneously. Mental minimalism also reduces emotional intensity. When fewer thoughts compete for attention, feelings become clearer and less chaotic. Anxiety softens because it no longer has endless scenarios to fuel it. The mind becomes like a calm surface instead of turbulent water, allowing the body to settle more deeply. Physically, this simplification brings noticeable changes. The forehead relaxes as concentration fades, the eyes rest more comfortably, the chest moves with slower, fuller breaths. These signals tell the brain that stimulation has ended. Restoration can begin. Over time, practicing mental minimalism trains the nervous system to value clarity over overload. You become more selective about what you carry into the night, choosing calm over complexity. Sleep deepens because the brain is no longer sorting through unnecessary material. It can focus on repair instead of processing excess. There is also a quiet sense of freedom in realizing that you do not need to hold the entire world in your mind. Life continues even when you are not tracking every detail. Trust grows in the idea that simplicity is not loss, but relief. As this simplicity settles in, the night becomes spacious and restorative. Thoughts slow naturally, awareness softens, and the boundary between wakefulness and sleep becomes gentle instead of abrupt. The nervous system moves fully into recovery mode because there is nothing left demanding attention. And in this return to mental clarity, rest becomes deeper and more complete. You drift into sleep supported by quiet instead of noise, by space instead of pressure. The body rebuilds strength, the mind reorganizes, and balance returns without effort. From this place, you wake feeling clearer, steadier, less burdened by unnecessary mental weight. Mental minimalism becomes a quiet foundation for resilience, reminding you that peace is not found by controlling more, but by carrying less. As the mind grows quieter through simplicity, a deeper layer of tension begins to reveal itself, the subtle gripping that has been present all along. Not the obvious tightening of muscles, but a psychological clench, a constant holding on inside the mind and body. It shows up as resistance, as the urge to control, as the feeling that you must stay prepared for something even when nothing is happening. Many people live with this inner contraction for so long that they forget what it feels like to be open and at ease. Psychological unclenching begins with recognizing this invisible effort. You notice the way thoughts try to hold on to certainty, the way emotions resist fading, the way attention locks onto concerns as if letting go would mean losing control. The nervous system interprets this gripping as a signal that vigilance is still required. Even in a quiet room, the body stays slightly tense, ready for a demand that never arrives. The Stoics practiced loosening this grip by accepting that much of life cannot be controlled. They understood that clinging to outcomes creates suffering, while openness creates resilience. When you stop trying to force reality into a specific shape, the body no longer needs to brace against disappointment. It can soften, adapting instead of resisting. Unclenching often starts with the smallest gesture, a deliberate release of effort in the mind. You stop trying to solve, stop trying to anticipate, stop trying to perfect the moment. You allow things to be incomplete, uncertain, unfinished. This permission sends a powerful message to the nervous system that it can stand down. Physical sensations mirror this shift. The hands relax instead of curling inward, the shoulders drop lower, the jaw loosens, the tongue rests softly instead of pressing against the roof of the mouth. Each release travels inward, calming the stress responses that have been quietly active. Emotionally, unclenching means allowing feelings to exist without holding on to them. Instead of gripping anger, fear, or sadness, you let them move through like passing weather. They no longer define the atmosphere of the night. The mind becomes a place where experiences can come and go without resistance. There is also freedom in letting go of the need to maintain constant readiness. You do not have to be alert at all times to be safe. Trusting that you will respond when needed removes the burden of staying prepared in advance. The body shifts from defense to recovery, from guarding to healing. Over time, this practice retrains the nervous system to recognize relaxation as safe rather than risky. The default state becomes openness instead of tension. Sleep arrives more easily because the system is no longer braced against the possibility of disturbance. As unclenching deepens, the night feels different, wider, calmer, less demanding. Thoughts lose their urgency, sensations soften, awareness becomes gentle instead of sharp. You are not holding yourself together, you are allowing yourself to rest. And in this release of inner tension, restoration flows more freely. Energy that was trapped in holding patterns returns to the processes that rebuild strength. The body repairs, the mind clears, the heart steadies. From this place, sleep becomes a natural extension of openness. You drift into it without forcing, without guarding, without gripping the day behind you or the future ahead. What remains is quiet surrender, a return to the ease that was always possible once the effort to hold everything in place was finally set down. As the inner grip softens and the body no longer feels the need to brace against life, something deeply reassuring begins to emerge. A quiet return to the feeling of simple safety. Not safety built on control, not safety earned through vigilance, but the kind that exists when nothing is being demanded from you. A state where the nervous system recognizes that it can finally stand down because in this moment there is no threat to prepare for and no role to perform. Many people have forgotten what this state feels like. Life trains the body to stay alert, to anticipate problems, to keep scanning for what might go wrong. Over time, this constant readiness becomes the default, and calm begins to feel unfamiliar. Even in peaceful surroundings, the system may remain slightly tense, as if waiting for something to disrupt the quiet. Returning to safe existence means allowing yourself to experience calm without questioning it. This return often begins with the simplest awareness. You are here, breathing, supported, alive, and nothing is asking you to move. The room is still. The air is steady. The body is held by the surface beneath it without effort. These signals are small, but they are powerful reminders that safety does not have to be constructed. Sometimes it is already present, waiting to be noticed. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning perception with reality rather than imagined danger. When you stop projecting threats into the present moment, you allow the nervous system to recognize what is actually true. Right now, you are not in conflict. You are not being judged. You are not required to solve anything. This clarity dissolves the subtle tension that has been carried unconsciously. Physical changes follow naturally. Breathing deepens without instruction, spreading warmth through the chest and abdomen. Muscles release layers of tension that were held out of habit rather than necessity. The heart rate slows into a steady rhythm that feels grounding instead of urgent. These shifts are signs that the body trusts the environment enough to relax fully. Emotionally, safe existence feels like quiet neutrality. Not excitement, not sadness, not anticipation, just calm presence. The mind no longer reaches forward or backward. You are not reliving the day or rehearsing tomorrow. You are simply here, and that is enough. This neutrality is deeply restorative because it allows the system to reset without interference. There is also a sense of belonging that emerges in this state. You are not outside of life trying to control it. You are part of it, supported by rhythms that continue without your effort. The cycle of breath, the passage of time, the quiet turning of night into morning, all of it unfolds naturally. Trust grows in the understanding that you do not have to hold everything together. Over time, returning to this safe baseline changes how you experience both rest and wakefulness. You move through the day with less urgency because you know how to come back to calm. Challenges still arise, but they do not pull you as far from equilibrium. The nervous system becomes more resilient because it remembers what safety feels like. As you settle deeper into this state, sleep approaches gently, without resistance. There is no need to chase it because the body is already in the conditions that allow it to happen. The mind drifts, awareness softens, and restoration begins. And in this quiet return to simple existence, you rediscover something fundamental, that peace is not something you create through effort, but something that appears when effort is no longer needed. You drift into sleep, held by this calm, carried by the steady rhythm of life itself, knowing that nothing more is required of you tonight except to rest and allow renewal to unfold on its own. As the body settles into the quiet feeling of simple safety, another hidden source of tension begins to loosen. The belief that every problem must be solved before you are allowed to rest. The mind often holds on to unfinished questions, unresolved conflicts, and loose ends, as if sleep should not begin until everything is clear. It searches for answers long after the day has ended, turning the night into a continuation of effort instead of a pause from it. This habit creates a subtle pressure inside the nervous system. Uncertainty feels like something that must be eliminated, so the mind keeps working, circling the same thoughts, hoping clarity will appear through repetition. But many things in life do not resolve on demand. Some situations require time, distance, or perspectives that have not yet arrived. Accepting this is not giving up. It is recognizing the limits of what can be done in a single moment. The Stoics understood that peace comes from focusing on what can be acted upon now and releasing what cannot. At night, action is no longer possible. Conversations cannot be finished, decisions cannot be made, outcomes cannot be controlled. What remains is the choice to let the unanswered questions rest where they are until morning brings new conditions. There is relief in acknowledging that unresolved does not mean dangerous. It simply means incomplete. Just as a story pauses between chapters, life often pauses between solutions. The body does not need to stay tense during these pauses. It can recover while events continue to unfold beyond your awareness. Physically, letting go of the need for resolution often feels like setting down a heavy object you did not realize you were carrying. The chest opens, breathing becomes fuller, the stomach softens. The nervous system senses that the demand for closure has been lifted. Energy shifts from searching to restoring. Emotionally, this acceptance builds patience. You begin to trust that clarity arrives when the mind is rested, not when it is strained. Many insights appear after sleep, not before it, because the brain reorganizes information more effectively in a calm state. By allowing the night to do its work, you cooperate with a process far wiser than forced thinking. There is also humility in accepting that not everything is yours to fix. Some situations belong to other people, to circumstances, to time itself. Releasing responsibility for what is beyond your reach prevents unnecessary exhaustion. You conserve strength for what truly requires your involvement. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with uncertainty. Instead of treating it as an emergency, you see it as part of the natural flow of life. The nervous system becomes steadier because it is no longer reacting to every unknown as a threat. As the mind releases its search for answers, silence grows more comfortable. Thoughts slow, awareness softens, and sleep approaches without resistance. The night becomes a space where incompleteness is allowed, where nothing has to be finished for restoration to begin. And in this gentle acceptance, peace deepens. You rest knowing that life does not depend on you resolving everything tonight. The body repairs itself, the mind clears, and the quiet intelligence of time continues working on what remains unfinished. From this place, you drift into sleep free from the burden of needing closure. Tomorrow will bring what it brings, and you will meet it with renewed clarity. For now, it is enough to set the questions down, to trust that unresolved does not mean unmanageable, and to allow the healing power of rest to carry you into a new beginning when morning arrives. As the mind relaxes its grip on unresolved questions, an even subtler tension begins to surface. The need to understand everything before allowing yourself peace. Many people carry the belief that clarity must come first, that confusion is something to eliminate before rest can happen. The mind keeps turning situations over, searching for reasons, meanings, explanations that will finally make everything feel settled. But life rarely offers complete understanding on demand, and this endless search quietly exhausts the nervous system. Not everything is meant to be fully understood in the moment it happens. Some experiences are too complex, too layered, or still unfolding. When the mind insists on immediate comprehension, it creates pressure where patience is needed. The Stoics recognize that wisdom includes accepting the limits of human perspective. They focused on responding well to what was known, while allowing the unknown to remain open without agitation. Releasing the need to understand begins with recognizing that peace does not depend on having all the answers. You can rest even while questions remain. The body does not require intellectual closure to recover. It requires safety and stillness. When you stop forcing insight, the system shifts from effort to restoration. There is quiet relief in admitting that uncertainty is not a problem to solve, but a condition to live within. You do not need to decode every emotion, interpret every interaction, or find meaning in every difficulty before sleep. Allowing experiences to exist without explanation removes the tension created by mental searching. Physically, this release often feels like a softening in the head and face, as if the brain itself is no longer straining. The eyes relax behind closed lids, the forehead smooths, the tongue rests naturally instead of pressing upward. These small changes signal to the nervous system that the demand for clarity has ended for the night. Emotionally, letting go of the need to understand creates space for acceptance. You no longer feel compelled to justify what happened or to predict what it means for the future. You allow life to be larger than your interpretation of it. This humility brings calm because it removes the pressure to control reality through explanation. There is also trust in recognizing that understanding often arrives after rest, not before. The mind organizes experiences during sleep, forming connections without conscious effort. Insights that seemed unreachable during the day may appear naturally in the morning. By releasing the search tonight, you make room for this quiet process to occur. Over time, this practice reduces anxiety because the mind learns that not knowing is survivable. You become more comfortable with ambiguity, less driven to fill silence with analysis. The nervous system stabilizes because it is no longer reacting to confusion as if it were danger. As the need for explanation fades, the night becomes more spacious. Thoughts drift without urgency, awareness softens, and the body settles deeper into stillness. Sleep approaches gently because there is nothing left to figure out. And in this surrender of the need to understand everything, you rediscover a simple truth. Peace does not come from knowing, but from allowing. You drift into rest supported by quiet acceptance, trusting that life will continue to unfold whether or not you grasp every detail. From this place, restoration reaches deeper levels. The mind clears, the body rebuilds, and a calm confidence grows that you can live fully even without complete certainty. Morning will come with its own clarity. For now, it is enough to release the questions, to rest in not knowing, and to let the healing rhythm of sleep carry you gently into renewal. As the need to understand everything loosens, the mind becomes quieter, less driven to chase meaning. In this quieter space, another powerful shift becomes possible. Learning that not every thought belongs to you. Thoughts appear constantly, rising from memory, emotion, habit, or simple mental noise. Many of them arrive uninvited, yet the moment they surface, the mind tends to claim them, analyze them, or identify with them as if they define who you are. This automatic ownership creates tension because every thought becomes something to manage. A worrying idea feels like a warning. A negative memory feels like a burden. A random fear feels like a prediction. The nervous system reacts as though each mental event requires attention, keeping the body alert even when there is no real threat present. The Stoics practiced stepping back from this reflex. They observed thoughts as impressions, temporary appearances in the mind, not commands and not truths. By refusing to immediately accept or reject them, they created a space where awareness remained calm. At night, this practice becomes deeply restorative because it prevents the mind from turning every passing thought into a source of stimulation. Letting thoughts pass without ownership begins with noticing them the way you would notice sounds outside the room. You hear them, but you do not follow them. A memory arises, then fades. A worry flickers, then dissolves. You do not argue with it or attach meaning to it. You simply allow it to move through awareness without resistance. There is freedom in realizing that a thought is not an obligation. You do not have to engage with it, defend against it, or build a story around it. Many thoughts lose their intensity when they are not fed by attention. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer interprets mental activity as something urgent. Physically, this detachment often leads to deeper stillness. The eyes rest more fully, the breath becomes slower, the body sinks into the surface beneath it. Without mental engagement pulling energy upward, awareness settles downward into the body where restoration can occur. Emotionally, this practice reduces self-judgment. Instead of worrying about why a certain thought appeared, you accept that the mind generates countless impressions without intention. This removes the pressure to control mental content and replaces it with gentle acceptance. Over time, the relationship with thinking itself changes. Thoughts become like weather passing through a wide sky instead of storms that define the atmosphere. You remain steady regardless of what appears. The nervous system stabilizes because it is no longer reacting to every internal fluctuation. As this steadiness deepens, sleep approaches more naturally. The mind is not busy managing or interpreting its own activity. It becomes quiet by default, not through force, but through lack of interference. Awareness softens until it blends into the threshold of dreams. And in this quiet detachment from thought ownership, you discover a profound form of freedom. You are not the noise of the mind, you are the space in which it occurs. Rest becomes deeper because nothing inside needs to be controlled or resolved. From this place, the night carries you gently into renewal. The body repairs, the mind reorganizes, and peace expands without effort. You drift into sleep knowing that thoughts can come and go without defining you, without disturbing you, without needing to be held. What remains is calm presence, steady and open, ready to greet the morning with clarity, born from a mind that finally learned to let go. As thoughts are allowed to pass without ownership, the mind gains a new kind of distance from itself. In that distance, something powerful begins to form. The ability to witness inner turbulence without being pulled into it. Emotions still rise, memories still surface. Waves of restlessness or sadness or unease may still move through the body, but they no longer feel like forces that must be controlled or escaped. They become experiences that can be observed rather than battles that must be fought. Inner turbulence often feels overwhelming because it arrives suddenly and fills the entire field of awareness. A surge of anxiety can make the future seem dangerous. A wave of sadness can make the past feel heavy. Anger can tighten the body as if action is required. When you identify with these states, the nervous system reacts as though they define reality. But when you step back into the role of observer, the intensity begins to change. You see that these feelings move, shift, and eventually fade. just like weather passing across the sky. The Stoics trained themselves to create this inner distance. They did not try to eliminate emotion, because emotion is part of being human. Instead, they practiced seeing it clearly without surrendering their stability to it. At night, this practice becomes especially valuable because emotions that were held back during the day often rise when the environment becomes quiet. Observation allows them to surface without causing distress. Becoming an observer starts with a simple shift in language inside the mind. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," you notice, "Anxiety is present." Instead of, "I am overwhelmed," you recognize, "Overwhelm is passing through." This subtle change separates your identity from the experience. You remain steady while the feeling moves. Physical awareness supports this process. You might notice how turbulence appears in the body, a tightening in the chest, a flutter in the stomach, heat in the face. By observing these sensations without trying to suppress them, you signal to the nervous system that there is no immediate danger. The body begins to calm because it is no longer fighting itself. There is also compassion in this observation. You recognize that turbulence often comes from fatigue, stress, or unmet needs rather than from weakness. You allow the system to release what it has been holding instead of demanding that it remain composed. This kindness accelerates the return to balance. Over time, observing inner turbulence builds resilience. You become less afraid of strong emotions because you know they will not overwhelm you permanently. The nervous system learns that intensity can be experienced without losing stability. This confidence reduces anxiety about the next wave, making each one easier to ride out. As the observer perspective deepens, the night becomes a place of quiet processing rather than struggle. Emotions rise and fall naturally. Thoughts appear and dissolve. Sensations shift without urgency. You remain present, steady, grounded in awareness itself. And in this calm witnessing, sleep approaches like a gentle tide. There is no need to push away what is happening inside. The body releases tension as it trusts that awareness is holding everything safely. Restoration begins not because turbulence disappeared, but because it no longer required resistance. From this place, you drift into rest with a quiet strength, the strength of someone who can face inner storms without fear. You are no longer trapped inside the waves. You are the shore that receives them. And as the night carries you into deeper stillness, the nervous system rebuilds itself around this new stability, preparing you to wake with greater calm, clarity, and confidence in your ability to remain steady no matter what arises within you. As the ability to observe inner turbulence strengthens, another quiet freedom begins to unfold, the release from needing life to turn out a certain way before you can feel at peace. Much of the tension carried in the nervous system comes from silent negotiations with the future. The mind forms expectations, rehearses scenarios, clings to preferred outcomes as if they are guarantees. When reality feels uncertain, the body stays alert, bracing for disappointment or loss. Even in stillness, this attachment keeps the system from fully resting. Non-attachment to outcomes does not mean indifference or lack of care. It means allowing effort without demanding a specific result in return. The Stoics practiced focusing on intention and action while accepting that consequences are shaped by forces beyond personal control. This perspective dissolves the anxiety that comes from trying to manage what has not yet happened. At night, attachment often shows itself through subtle planning, replaying conversations, or imagining how tomorrow must unfold. The mind treats sleep as an obstacle to preparation instead of a foundation for clarity. By releasing the need for outcomes to be settled tonight, you allow the nervous system to leave the future where it belongs, outside the present moment. There is deep relief in recognizing that nothing you think about right now can guarantee what will happen later. This realization is not discouraging, it is liberating. It removes the pressure to mentally secure what cannot be secured. The body senses that it no longer has to stay prepared for every possibility. Physically, letting go of outcomes often feels like a downward shift in energy. The chest softens, the breath deepens, the muscles release the subtle readiness that kept them slightly tense. The nervous system transitions from anticipation to recovery because there is no longer a perceived need to stay alert. Emotionally, non-attachment reduces fear of disappointment. When peace is not tied to success or failure, the future loses its power to disturb the present. You become free to rest even when tomorrow is uncertain. This freedom restores balance because the system is no longer oscillating between hope and worry. There is also trust that emerges from this practice. Trust that you will respond to whatever comes when it arrives, rather than exhausting yourself preparing in advance. This confidence replaces anxiety with quiet resilience. The mind no longer feels compelled to control outcomes because it believes in its capacity to adapt. Over time, the nervous system learns that uncertainty does not equal danger. It becomes steadier, less reactive, more capable of returning to calm after disturbances. Sleep deepens because the body is not braced against imagined futures. As attachment loosens, the night becomes a sanctuary instead of a planning session. Thoughts about tomorrow fade into the background, replaced by simple awareness of the present. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep softens, allowing restoration to unfold naturally. And in this release of outcome-based tension, healing reaches deeper layers of the mind and body. You drift into rest, supported by acceptance rather than expectation, by trust rather than control. The processes that rebuild energy and clarity work without interference. From this place, you wake with a quiet strength that does not depend on how the day will unfold. You carry calm into uncertainty, stability into change. Non-attachment becomes not a withdrawal from life, but a way of moving through it with greater ease. And as night returns again, you know how to set the future down, allowing the nervous system to recover fully in the peace of what is already here. As attachment to outcomes begins to loosen, another layer of quiet strain reveals itself. The habit of giving too much of your emotional energy to things that were never meant to carry that weight. Emotional overinvestment often feels like caring deeply, but beneath it is a subtle belief that your stability depends on how situations unfold, how people respond, or how events align with your hopes. When too much of yourself is placed into external circumstances, the nervous system rises and falls with every change, never fully at rest. During the day, this overinvestment can feel like intensity, like involvement, like passion. But at night, when everything slows down, the body is left holding the residue of that intensity. Conversations replay, reactions are analyzed, outcomes are reimagined. The mind keeps revisiting what mattered too much, as if it must stay connected to it in order to protect it. Sleep becomes shallow because the system is still entangled in what happened hours ago. Ending this habit begins with recognizing that caring does not require clinging. You can be engaged in life without attaching your emotional balance to every detail. The Stoics practiced caring about their actions and intentions while allowing the rest to move as it would. They understood that peace comes from participation without possession, being present without trying to control or absorb everything. There is relief in reclaiming your energy from places where it was stretched too thin. You acknowledge that some things deserve attention, but not total immersion. Not every interaction defines you. Not every problem belongs to you. Not every disappointment requires extended suffering. When you loosen your emotional grip, the nervous system senses that it can return to equilibrium. Physically, this release often feels like a quiet settling in the chest and stomach, areas where emotional tension tends to gather. Breathing becomes easier because the body is no longer braced around feelings that were held too tightly. The mind stops scanning for reminders of what you were invested in, allowing awareness to soften. Emotionally, balance replaces intensity. You begin to care with steadiness rather than urgency. Feelings still arise, but they no longer overwhelm or dominate the inner landscape. This steadiness is deeply restorative because it allows you to remain grounded regardless of external changes. There is also a sense of freedom in allowing others to carry their own experiences without absorbing them into yourself. Empathy does not require taking on someone else's burden as your own. By maintaining gentle boundaries, you protect the energy needed for recovery and clarity. Over time, ending emotional overinvestment reshapes your relationship with life. You become more resilient because your stability is no longer tied to outcomes or reactions. The nervous system remains calmer, able to recover quickly after stress instead of staying activated. As the night deepens, this lighter emotional state invites more restful sleep. The mind is not pulled back into the day's events. The body is not holding on to emotional echoes. Restoration flows more easily because there is space for it to occur. And in this quiet reclaiming of your inner balance, you rediscover a form of caring that does not exhaust you. You drift into sleep supported by calm involvement rather than intense attachment, by presence rather than pressure. From this place, morning arrives with a clearer heart and steadier mind. You engage with the world without losing yourself in it, able to give attention without surrendering peace. Emotional energy becomes something you guide instead of something that pulls you. And each night, you return again to this balanced state, resting in the quiet strength of caring wisely rather than completely. As emotional energy returns to balance and no longer spills into every corner of your inner world, a new kind of relief begins to appear. The realization that the night does not belong to expectations, roles, or performance. It belongs to you. All day long, social pressure quietly shapes behavior. The need to respond, to meet standards, to present a certain version of yourself, to stay connected, to remain available. Even when these pressures are subtle, the nervous system feels them as constant demand. By the time evening arrives, the body is not only tired from activity, but from maintaining an image. The night offers a rare interruption of this cycle. When the world grows quiet, the requirement to be seen fades. There are no conversations to manage, no reactions to anticipate, no judgments from others to consider. This absence of scrutiny allows the nervous system to step out of defensive mode. You no longer need to monitor how you appear or how you are perceived. You can exist without explanation. Many people carry social pressure into the night through rumination, replaying interactions, worrying about impressions, anticipating future encounters. The mind continues performing long after the audience has gone. Recognizing the night as a sanctuary means deliberately closing that stage. You remind yourself that nothing from the social world needs your attention right now. There is no benefit in rehearsing conversations that are not happening. The Stoics valued solitude because it returned them to their own center. Away from influence and comparison, they could observe their thoughts clearly and restore inner order. In the quiet of night, you have the same opportunity. Without external noise, you rediscover who you are beneath roles and expectations. Physically, this shift feels like a release of tension held in the face, throat, and chest, areas that tighten when you are trying to present yourself in a certain way. Breathing becomes more natural because you are no longer unconsciously adjusting yourself for others. The body senses privacy and safety, allowing deeper relaxation. Emotionally, sanctuary creates permission to be unguarded. You do not need to impress, convince, or defend anything. You can feel what you feel without editing it. This authenticity calms the nervous system because it removes the strain of maintaining control over expression. There is also healing in recognizing that your worth does not depend on constant participation in the social world. You can step back without losing connection. Resting does not mean withdrawal, it means renewal. By allowing the night to belong to recovery rather than engagement, you prepare yourself to return with greater clarity and steadiness. Over time, treating the night as sacred space changes your relationship with both solitude and interaction. You become less afraid of being alone with yourself because you experience it as peaceful rather than empty. The nervous system learns that quiet is safe, not threatening. As this sanctuary deepens, sleep becomes more restorative. The mind is not occupied with social calculations. The body is not holding tension from self-monitoring. Restoration reaches deeper levels because nothing is pulling you outward. And in this protected stillness, you rediscover a simple truth, that you exist fully even when no one is watching. You drift into sleep free from performance, held by the quiet assurance that nothing needs to be proven tonight. From this place, morning arrives with a renewed sense of self that is not shaped by pressure, but grounded in calm. You return to the world steadier, less reactive, more authentic. And when night falls again, you know you can step back into this sanctuary, allowing the nervous system to recover in the freedom of being simply yourself. As the sanctuary of the night grows stronger, another quiet shift becomes possible. Stepping away from the invisible scoreboard that measures your worth through other people's reactions. All day long, approval and disapproval move through conversations, messages, facial expressions, silence. Even when no one says anything directly, the mind keeps searching for signs. Did they respect me? Did I say the right thing? Did I disappoint someone? This constant scanning keeps the nervous system alert, as if safety depends on staying accepted. Before sleep, carrying this need for validation keeps the body from settling. The mind replays moments, edits responses, imagines better versions of what could have been said. It is an attempt to secure approval retroactively, even though the day has already ended. The Stoics warned about this trap. They taught that peace comes when your sense of value is rooted in your own actions, not in how others interpret them. Detaching from external validation is not about becoming indifferent to people. It is about releasing the belief that your inner stability depends on their approval. When night arrives, no one is judging you. No one is scoring your performance. Yet, the nervous system may still behave as if it is being watched. Gently reminding yourself that the audience is gone allows tension to drain away. This practice begins with a simple recognition. You cannot control how others see you, only how you conduct yourself. Once the day is over, the work is done. Continuing to seek reassurance inside your thoughts only prolongs the strain. Letting go creates immediate relief because the mind no longer has a task to complete. Physically, this release softens areas of the body associated with social anxiety, the stomach, jaw, and shoulders. These areas tighten when you feel evaluated. When the need to be approved dissolves, breathing deepens naturally, signaling safety to the nervous system. Emotionally, detachment creates a sense of quiet dignity. You stop chasing reassurance and begin trusting your own integrity. The Stoics believe that character is built in private, not in applause. Nighttime becomes the space where you return to that private foundation, free from comparison. There is also freedom in accepting that misunderstandings will exist. Not every interaction will end perfectly. Not everyone will see your intentions clearly. Releasing the urge to correct every perception prevents endless mental activity. Some things can remain unfinished without harming your peace. Over time, practicing this detachment transforms how you move through the day as well. You become less reactive to praise and criticism because your center is stable. Sleep deepens because the mind is not waiting for approval that may never come. In this quiet independence, the nervous system experiences true rest. It is no longer scanning for signals of acceptance or rejection. It understands that safety does not depend on others' opinions in this moment. And as you drift towards sleep, there is a calm understanding that nothing needs to be proven tonight. You have stepped out of the cycle of seeking and into a state of enoughness. The world can wait. Judgment can wait. Validation can wait. What remains is a steady, grounded presence that belongs only to you. A place where rest becomes possible because your worth is no longer up for negotiation. As the need for validation loosens its grip, something deeper begins to return. The quiet sense that your life is guided from within, not steered by every voice around you. For a long time, opinions from others may have felt like instructions rather than suggestions. Advice, criticism, expectations, comparisons. They accumulate until it becomes difficult to hear your own judgment clearly. The nervous system stays tense because it is trying to follow too many directions at once. Reclaiming inner authority means recognizing that not every opinion deserves space in your mind, especially at night when restoration should take priority. During the day, input from others can be useful. It helps us learn, adjust, connect. But when evening arrives, carrying all those voices into the dark keeps the mind crowded. Instead of settling, it continues debating, defending, second-guessing. The Stoics spoke often about this. They believed that peace comes when your actions align with your own reasoned values, not with the shifting approval of the crowd. They warned that living by external opinion creates a fragile life because the crowd changes constantly. When you return authority to yourself, stability returns with it. This does not mean rejecting everyone's perspective or isolating yourself. It means filtering what you allow to shape your inner world. Some opinions are reflections of others' fears, preferences, or limitations, not truths about you. Carrying them as if they were commands places unnecessary weight on the nervous system. Before sleep, this weight often appears as doubt. You question decisions you already made, You rehearse conversations to justify yourself. You worry about whether you disappointed someone. Each of these mental loops signals that authority has been handed outward. Gently taking it back calms the mind because it removes the need for constant approval. A simple shift begins the process, reminding yourself that you have the right to interpret your own life. Others can observe from the outside, but only you live inside your experience. When this becomes clear, the pressure to meet every expectation fades. The body responds immediately, releasing tension from the chest and abdomen where uncertainty often settles. Emotionally, reclaiming authority creates a sense of grounded independence. You stop feeling pulled in different directions. Decisions made earlier in the day can rest without continuous review. The night becomes a place where your own voice is enough. There is also relief in accepting that disagreement is part of human life. Not everyone will understand your path, and they do not need to. Trying to secure universal approval is exhausting and impossible. When you let go of this pursuit, the nervous system senses that it no longer needs to prepare for constant defense. Over time, this practice strengthens trust in yourself. Sleep deepens because the mind is not standing guard against judgment. You wake with clearer direction because your energy is no longer scattered among competing opinions. In this reclaimed authority, solitude feels supportive rather than lonely. You are not alone with uncertainty. You are alone with clarity. The night becomes a place where your inner compass resets, pointing you back to what matters without interference. And as you drift toward rest, there is a quiet confidence that you do not need permission to be who you are becoming. The world can offer guidance, but it no longer holds the steering wheel. Your nervous system settles into the safety of self-trust, knowing that the voice guiding your life is finally your own. As your inner authority strengthens, another heavy habit begins to loosen: the constant measuring of your life against the lives of others. Comparison often hides beneath the surface of daily thought, shaping how success, failure, progress, and even rest are judged. Someone is always ahead, someone is always behind, someone appears calmer, stronger, happier, more accomplished. The mind quietly turns life into a race that never officially ends, and the nervous system responds as if it must keep running, even when the body is exhausted. Letting go of comparison is not about ignoring the existence of others. It is about stepping out of a competition that was never truly yours. Every person moves through different circumstances, different timing, different internal battles that cannot be seen from the outside. Measuring yourself against these invisible differences creates pressure without direction. At night, this pressure often returns as unease, thoughts about what you should have achieved, where you should be, who you should be by now. The Stoics warned that envy and rivalry disturb the mind because they anchor peace to things outside your control. They believe that a stable life comes from focusing on your own actions, your own growth, your own character. When you stop competing with strangers' timelines, the nervous system finally receives permission to slow down. Comparison also distorts perception. It highlights what is missing instead of what is present. Gratitude fades, replaced by a subtle sense of inadequacy. This keeps the body alert, scanning for ways to catch up or avoid falling behind. Even moments meant for rest become strategic pauses rather than true recovery. Before sleep, releasing comparison means allowing your day to stand on its own, without ranking it against someone else's. You acknowledge what you experienced, what you handled, what you survived, without adding the extra layer of judgment. The day becomes complete in itself, not a failed attempt at matching someone else's life. Physically, this release softens the urgency that often tightens the chest and quickens the breath. The body no longer feels chased by invisible standards. Breathing becomes slower because there is nowhere to rush to in this moment. Emotionally, letting go of competition creates quiet contentment. You begin to feel that your life is not a performance evaluated by an unseen panel. It is a path unfolding at its own pace. This understanding removes the background tension that keeps the nervous system on edge. There is also peace in recognizing that another person's success does not diminish your own potential. Life is not a limited resource distributed by ranking. When you stop treating it like a contest, the mind relaxes into cooperation with reality rather than resistance. Over time, this shift transforms sleep into genuine restoration. The mind is not calculating how to improve position or replaying scenes of perceived failure. It rests because there is no race to plan for in the dark. In this calm, a deeper truth surfaces. Your worth was never meant to be decided by comparison. It exists independently, steady and intact, whether you move quickly or slowly, whether others notice or not. And as you drift towards sleep, the quiet relief of stepping off the treadmill settles through the body. Nothing needs to be won tonight. Nothing needs to be proven. Your nervous system finally understands that rest is not falling behind. It is returning to yourself, where peace does not depend on anyone else's pace. As the pressure of comparison fades, another layer begins to loosen. The roles you have worn all day without even noticing their weight. Social masks are not always false. Many of them were learned for survival, for belonging, for harmony. The calm one, the strong one, the agreeable one, the capable one. Each role helps you move through the world, but wearing them continuously keeps the nervous system alert, adjusting your behavior to match expectations. By the time night arrives, you may feel strangely disconnected from yourself, not because you changed, but because you adapted too many times. Releasing these masks before sleep is not about rejecting who you are in public. It is about returning to the version of you that exists when no performance is required. The Stoics valued this private self deeply. They believed that character is revealed not in front of others, but in solitude, when there is no reward for pretending. Night becomes the space where pretense can dissolve and authenticity can breathe again. Throughout the day, small adjustments accumulate. You soften opinions to avoid conflict. You hide fatigue to appear capable. You suppress emotion to stay composed. None of this is inherently wrong, but it consumes energy. The nervous system keeps track of every restraint, every moment of self-monitoring. When darkness falls, the body longs to release this tension, yet the mind may continue holding the posture of the day. Returning to your authentic self begins with allowing your inner state to exist without correction. If you feel tired, you let tiredness be present. If emotions are unsettled, you acknowledge them without rushing to resolve them. This honesty signals safety to the nervous system because it removes the strain of maintaining an image. Physically, this release often shows up as a softening of the face and throat, areas used heavily in social interaction. The shoulders drop, the jaw unclenches, breathing becomes fuller. The body recognizes that it no longer needs to communicate anything to anyone. Emotionally, authenticity brings relief. You are no longer managing impressions or anticipating reactions. There is space to feel without editing. This unfiltered presence quiets mental noise because the mind is not dividing attention between experience and performance. There is also healing in realizing that your value does not depend on how well you play a role. When you allow yourself to exist without labels or expectations, you rediscover a steadiness that was always there beneath the surface. The Stoics described this as living in accordance with your nature, not the nature assigned to you, but the one you recognize internally. Over time, practicing this nightly return strengthens self-trust. You become less afraid of being seen as you are because you spend time experiencing that state privately. Sleep deepens because there is no tension from trying to maintain control over your expression. In this authenticity, solitude becomes restorative rather than empty. You are not alone with uncertainty, you are alone with truth. The nervous system settles because it no longer needs to prepare for judgment or misunderstanding. And as you drift towards sleep, there is a quiet comfort in knowing that nothing false needs to follow you into the dark. The masks can rest beside you, unused. What remains is simple, unguarded presence, the version of you that does not need to impress, defend, or explain. From this place, rest becomes natural. You fall asleep not as a role, not as an expectation, but as yourself. And the nervous system, finally free from performance, begins the deep repair that only authenticity allows. As the masks fall away and authenticity returns, a deeper quiet becomes possible. Not just being alone from people, but being alone from noise inside the mind. Mental solitude is different from physical solitude. You can be in a silent room and still feel crowded by thoughts, memories, unfinished conversations, imagined futures. The body lies down, but the mind keeps hosting a gathering that never ends. True restoration begins when this internal crowd disperses. The Stoics treated mental solitude as a sacred skill. They believed a person should be able to retreat inward and find calm without needing the world to change first. This was not withdrawal from life, but a return to inner order. When you can sit with yourself without agitation, the nervous system finally receives the signal that there is no threat to prepare for. All day, attention is pulled outward. Messages, responsibilities, decisions, reactions. The mind becomes accustomed to constant engagement, like a muscle that forgets how to relax. At night, when stimulation disappears, the habit of activity continues on its own. Thoughts search for something to attach to because stillness feels unfamiliar. Mental solitude gently interrupts this pattern. It begins by allowing thoughts to pass without inviting them to stay. You notice them, but you do not build stories around them. A memory appears, and you let it fade. A worry surfaces, and you do not follow it into the future. This is not suppression, it is non-participation. The mind learns that it does not have to respond to every impulse. Physically, this practice slows the body's stress responses. Heart rate steadies, breathing deepens, muscles loosen. The nervous system interprets the absence of mental urgency as safety. Without constant internal stimulation, repair processes can finally take priority. Emotionally, mental solitude creates space between you and your experiences. Instead of being carried by every feeling, you observe them as passing weather. This distance reduces intensity without denying reality. Calm emerges not because life is simple, but because you are no longer entangled in every detail. There is also freedom in realizing that you do not need constant input to feel secure. Many people fear silence because it removes distraction, exposing thoughts they would rather avoid. But with practice, Silence becomes supportive rather than threatening. It feels like returning home after a long journey. Over time, this inner quiet strengthens resilience. When challenges arise during the day, you know there is a place inside you untouched by chaos. Sleep improves because the mind no longer depends on exhaustion to shut down. It knows how to rest deliberately. Mental solitude also reconnects you with presence. Without the pull of past or future, awareness settles into what is actually happening now. The rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body, the stillness of the room. This grounding anchors the nervous system in reality instead of imagination. And as you drift towards sleep, there is a gentle realization that nothing is missing in this quiet. You do not need stimulation, reassurance, or distraction to feel complete. The silence is not empty, it is full of calm. In this space, the mind becomes a clear sky rather than a storm. Thoughts move through without leaving turbulence behind. The nervous system, freed from internal noise, finally powers down into the deep restoration it has been seeking all along. Here, alone with yourself yet fully at peace, you discover that solitude was never isolation. It was the doorway back to stillness. As mental solitude deepens and the mind no longer depends on noise to feel stable, another realization begins to surface. Safety does not have to come from controlling everything around you. For much of life, security is pursued through prediction, planning, and managing outcomes. If everything is organized, if every possibility is considered, if nothing unexpected happens, then the body can relax. But reality rarely follows perfect plans, and the nervous system grows exhausted trying to enforce order on a world that cannot be fully controlled. Creating inner safety means discovering a steadiness that exists even when circumstances remain uncertain. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that peace is not found by eliminating unpredictability, but by strengthening the part of you that can remain calm within it. When safety comes from inside rather than from conditions, tension begins to dissolve. During the day, control feels useful. It helps you function, make decisions, protect what matters. At night, however, the habit of control often becomes a barrier to rest. The mind keeps scanning for problems to fix, rehearsing solutions, anticipating disruptions. It behaves as if sleep is dangerous because vigilance might be needed. The body stays alert, unable to power down. Inner safety begins with acknowledging that nothing urgent needs your supervision in this moment. The world can continue without your constant monitoring. This recognition allows the nervous system to shift from defense to restoration. Instead of guarding against what might happen, it focuses on repairing what has already been strained. Physically, this shift is felt as a release in the stomach and chest, areas that tighten when uncertainty is perceived as threat. Breathing becomes slower and deeper because the body no longer prepares for immediate action. Muscles soften, signaling that the need for control has eased. Emotionally, inner safety feels like quiet trust. Not trust that everything will go perfectly, but trust that you can handle whatever comes when it arrives. This confidence reduces anxiety because it removes the need to solve problems in advance. The future can wait until morning. There is also relief in accepting limits. No human can manage every variable or prevent every difficulty. Trying to do so creates constant strain. When you allow yourself to be supported by the natural flow of life rather than opposing it, energy returns to the nervous system. Over time, practicing inner safety transforms how you approach uncertainty. Instead of reacting with tension, you respond with steadiness. Sleep deepens because the mind no longer treats vulnerability as danger. It understands that letting go is not loss of control, but restoration of balance. In this calm, you begin to feel protected not by barriers, but by resilience. The absence of control no longer feels like exposure, it feels like freedom. You are not bracing against the world, you are resting within it. And as you drift towards sleep, there is a quiet reassurance that nothing needs to be managed tonight. Plans can pause. Questions can remain unanswered. The body is allowed to recover without supervision. From this place, safety becomes an internal atmosphere rather than an external arrangement. The nervous system settles into deep repair, supported by the simple truth that peace does not depend on controlling life. It grows when you trust yourself enough to release the grip. As inner safety takes root and the need to control every outcome begins to fade, another restless habit comes into view: the silent rehearsals of conversations that have not happened yet. The mind starts staging tomorrow's meetings, arguments, explanations, defenses, even casual exchanges, as if preparing for a performance. Words are tested, reactions predicted, scenarios replayed again and again. It feels productive, like preparation, but to the nervous system, it is prolonged exposure to imagined stress. This urge usually comes from a desire to avoid discomfort. If you can anticipate every response, you believe you can prevent awkwardness, conflict, or misunderstanding. But the body cannot distinguish between imagined tension and real tension. Each rehearsal triggers the same subtle stress responses: quicker heart rate, shallow breathing, tightened muscles. Instead of settling into rest, the system remains activated. The Stoics recognize this tendency to live in the future rather than the present. They warned that anxiety grows when the mind tries to control events before they exist. True preparation, they said, comes from strengthening character, not from scripting every possibility. When you trust your ability to respond in the moment, rehearsing becomes unnecessary. Before sleep, letting go of these mental rehearsals creates immediate relief. You remind yourself that tomorrow's conversations belong to tomorrow's version of you, the one who will have fresh energy, clearer thinking, and access to real information instead of speculation. Tonight's role is restoration, not performance. Physically, releasing rehearsals quiets the body's anticipatory tension. The jaw relaxes because it is no longer silently speaking. The throat softens because it is no longer preparing to explain or defend. The nervous system recognizes that no interaction is actually happening right now. Emotionally, this practice reduces fear of uncertainty. You accept that not every exchange can be predicted or perfected. Some conversations will be imperfect, some outcomes unexpected, and that is part of human connection. When you stop trying to control the script, authenticity replaces anxiety. There is also freedom in recognizing that most imagined scenarios never occur. The mind often prepares for extremes that reality never reaches. By stepping out of this theater, you conserve energy that would otherwise be spent on illusions. Over time, ending this habit strengthens confidence in your natural responses. You begin to trust that presence is more powerful than preparation. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer simulating tomorrow's challenges in the dark. In this quiet, the future loses its urgency. It becomes a distant horizon rather than an approaching threat. The body senses that there is nothing to brace for, nothing to solve in advance. And as you drift towards sleep, a gentle clarity settles in. You do not need to rehearse being yourself. When tomorrow arrives, You will meet it as you are, not as a script you memorized in exhaustion. From this place, the nervous system releases the stage lights, the imagined audience, the pressure to perform. What remains is calm readiness, built not through endless preparation, but through deep rest. As the mind releases its rehearsals and no longer tries to predict every interaction, a deeper layer of tension begins to surface, the quiet fear of what cannot be predicted at all. Not specific events, not particular outcomes, but the vast uncertainty that surrounds tomorrow. The unknown often feels more threatening than any defined problem, because it offers nothing concrete to prepare for. The nervous system remains alert, scanning empty space for danger that has not yet taken shape. The Stoics approached this fear in a way that brought immediate relief. Instead of trying to eliminate uncertainty, they trained themselves to become steady within it. They understood that the unknown is not an enemy, it is simply the natural condition of life. When you stop treating uncertainty as a threat, the body no longer needs to defend against it. Much of anxiety comes from the belief that you must be ready for every possibility. The mind searches for answers where none exist yet, exhausting itself in the process. But the Stoics taught that preparation is not about knowing the future. It is about strengthening your ability to respond with reason, courage, and calm when the future arrives. This shift moves focus from what might happen to who you will be when it does. Before sleep, calming fear of the unknown begins with acknowledging that uncertainty does not require action right now. Nothing in the darkness needs to be solved. Tomorrow's uncertainties remain outside the present moment, unable to harm you here. This recognition signals safety to the nervous system. Physically, fear of the unknown often appears as a tightness in the chest or a subtle restlessness in the limbs, as if the body is ready to move but has nowhere to go. When you release the need to anticipate, muscles soften, breathing steadies, and the heart slows. The body understands that vigilance is no longer necessary. Emotionally, this practice creates quiet resilience. You stop seeking guarantees and begin trusting your capacity to adapt. The Stoics believed that most suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the stories we attach to them. By refusing to fill the unknown with imagined disasters, you allow it to remain neutral space. There is also peace in remembering that uncertainty contains possibility as well as risk. The future is not only a source of danger, it is also the place where growth, change, and unexpected relief emerge. When fear loosens, curiosity can take its place, softening the nervous system even further. Over time, practicing this acceptance transforms your relationship with life. Instead of bracing against what you cannot see, you move forward with steadiness. Sleep deepens because the mind no longer feels responsible for guarding against invisible threats. In this calm, the unknown becomes less like a dark void and more like open sky. Vast, quiet, not demanding anything from you tonight. You are not required to solve it, predict it, or control it. You only need to rest. And as you drift toward sleep, a quiet strength settles in. The understanding that whatever comes, you will meet it with the clarity that only rest can provide. The nervous system releases its grip on fear, trusting that uncertainty does not diminish you. It simply waits while you recover the energy to face it when the time is right. As fear of the unknown begins to soften, something unexpected starts to take its place. A quiet understanding that uncertainty itself does not have to feel threatening. For most of life, uncertainty has been treated as a problem to solve, a gap that must be filled with plans, predictions, or guarantees. The mind searches for solid ground, believing that peace only exists where everything is defined. But the deeper truth is that constant certainty is impossible, and chasing it keeps the nervous system in permanent tension. Accepting uncertainty as a form of peace means recognizing that not knowing can be restful instead of frightening. When you stop demanding answers from the future, the present moment becomes lighter. There is nothing to calculate, nothing to finalize, nothing to defend. The Stoics viewed this acceptance as a form of wisdom. They understood that life unfolds according to forces beyond individual control, and resisting this reality only creates suffering. During the day, uncertainty often feels uncomfortable because decisions must be made and responsibilities carried. At night, however, uncertainty can become a refuge. Tomorrow has not arrived yet, which means its problems are not real in this moment. The absence of clarity becomes space for the body to repair, for the mind to quiet, for the nervous system to step out of vigilance. Physically, accepting uncertainty releases the subtle tension of anticipation. The body no longer prepares for outcomes that cannot be influenced tonight. Shoulders soften, breathing deepens, the stomach relaxes. The system shifts from alertness to restoration because it no longer feels the need to monitor what has not happened. Emotionally, this acceptance creates surprising calm. Instead of fearing the unknown, you begin to experience it as openness. Life is not closing in on you. It is unfolding beyond your current view. This perspective removes the pressure to have everything figured out. You are allowed to exist without complete answers. There is also freedom in admitting that certainty is not required for safety. Many meaningful experiences in life began in uncertainty. Relationships, opportunities, personal growth. The same uncertainty that once caused anxiety also made change possible. When you see it this way, uncertainty becomes less like darkness and more like fertile ground where new paths can appear. Over time, practicing this acceptance strengthens resilience. You become less shaken by ambiguity because you are no longer trying to eliminate it. Sleep deepens because the mind is not wrestling with unanswered questions. It understands that rest is more valuable than resolution at this hour. In this quiet surrender, peace emerges not from control, but from alignment with reality. Life has always been uncertain, yet you have navigated it day after day. Remembering this restores confidence in your ability to continue doing so, and as you drift towards sleep, a gentle relief settles through the body. Nothing needs to be decided tonight. The future can remain undefined. Questions can remain open. The nervous system finally rests in the simple permission to not know. From this place, uncertainty transforms from a source of tension into a form of spacious calm. It becomes the silent background that allows rest to happen, holding you without demands while your mind and body recover for whatever tomorrow may bring. As uncertainty begins to feel less like a threat and more like open space, a deeper doorway to calm appears, the practice of radical acceptance. Not passive surrender, not giving up, but a clear and steady acknowledgement of what is already here. Much of the nervous system's exhaustion comes from fighting reality, replaying how things should have been different, resisting emotions that have already arrived, arguing with events that cannot be undone. This silent resistance keeps the body locked in tension long after the moment has passed. Radical acceptance interrupts that struggle. It is the moment you stop negotiating with what exists and allow it to be seen without distortion. The Stoics considered this one of the highest forms of strength. They believe that peace begins when the mind aligns itself with reality instead of opposing it. When you say, quietly and honestly, "This is what is here," something inside unclenches. During the day, resistance can feel useful because it fuels action. It pushes you to solve problems, to correct mistakes, to protect yourself. At night, however, resistance becomes a barrier to restoration. The mind continues revisiting events, trying to rewrite conversations, trying to change outcomes through thought alone. The body remains activated because the conflict has not ended internally. Acceptance tells the nervous system that the struggle is over. There is nothing left to fight in this moment. The past cannot be adjusted tonight, and the future has not arrived. Only the present remains, and it does not require defense. Physically, radical acceptance often feels like a wave of heaviness settling through the body. Not exhaustion, but release. Muscles that were subtly braced begin to soften. The breath drops lower into the abdomen. The heart rate slows as the signal of safety spreads through the system. Emotionally, acceptance creates clarity. Feelings that were tangled in resistance become simpler, easier to hold. Sadness becomes just sadness, not a problem to eliminate. Fatigue becomes just fatigue, not a failure to overcome. This honesty reduces emotional intensity because it removes the added layer of judgment. There is also relief in realizing that acceptance does not trap you in your circumstances. It simply stops the unnecessary struggle against what is already true. From this grounded position, change becomes easier, not harder. But tonight is not about change. It is about recovery. Over time, practicing radical acceptance trains the nervous system to return to calm more quickly. Instead of escalating tension through resistance, you move directly towards stability. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer engaged in silent battles. In this stillness, you begin to feel supported by reality rather than threatened by it. Life is not pushing against you, it is unfolding around you. The need to brace dissolves because there is nothing to oppose. And as you drift towards sleep, a quiet understanding settles in. Nothing needs to be fixed right now for you to rest. Imperfections can exist. Unfinished situations can remain unfinished. The nervous system powers down because it finally believes that peace does not require perfection. From this place of radical acceptance, restoration happens naturally. The body repairs, the mind clears, the inner world resets itself without force. You are not overcoming life tonight. You are allowing yourself to be held by it, exactly as it is. Tonight was never about forcing sleep. It was about returning to the version of you that does not live in tension. The one beneath the pressure, beneath the noise, beneath the constant readiness. You stepped out of comparison, out of control, out of rehearsals, out of fear, and into something quieter. A place where the nervous system no longer has to fight to protect you because it finally feels safe enough to repair you. The Stoics knew that true strength is not measured by how long you can endure strain, but by how deeply you can recover from it. When the mind stops resisting, the body follows. When the body softens, the spirit clears. And when all three align, rest becomes transformation. Not just for the night, but for the life you wake back into. If something inside you feels lighter right now, even slightly, write, "I choose calm," in the comments. Not for anyone else, but as a quiet promise to yourself that you will stop carrying what was never meant to be carried alone. And if this space helped you exhale in a way you haven't in a long time, subscribe and stay with us. Because in a world that trains you to stay tense, Learning how to truly rest is not comfort. It is power. Now let the mind go dark, let the body sink deeper, and let restoration finish what the day could not.